Welcome to Agent Evolution. Let's shape the future together. Embrace the future of insurance sales, the evolution of the modern agent.
You've evolved.
You've innovated.
You've adapted.
Now
you're here.
Welcome to the 2025 IAD Sales Summit. Welcome to Agent Evolution. Let's shape the future together. Embrace the future of insurance sales, the evolution of the modern agent.
You've evolved.
You've innovated.
All right, good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Is it coming through the speakers? Okay, there we go. All right, good. Well, hey, thank you for coming out. Not the greatest weather, but I guess it's a good day to be inside. So appreciate everyone that came out today. So we're going to go ahead and kick it off, get everything started. I know we've got some coming in from where the carriers and the sponsors are at. And again, for those of you who maybe I haven't met, my name is Jason McClellan with Insurance Advisors Direct, a full-service FMO. In the other room, just so you know, I don't know if everyone's made it over there, but we do have all of our exhibitors, sponsors. There's some tables there, so when lunch comes in or if you're having breakfast, feel free to mingle with the carriers as well as have your meals there. So just a little side note, I've heard a couple didn't realize there was actually exhibitors down there. So, but again, let's go ahead and kick this off. Again, I want to welcome everyone who's here with us. See if we can get this thing moving. All right, and I know we've got everything streaming. I think I'm in the spot, right? I'm not going to move too much with our camera going. So again, just before we get rolling, just wanted to do a little bit of housekeeping. For those of you who are live with us, hopefully you all received your agent guide or your session guide. A lot of information in there, some highlights on some of the speakers, our sponsors. It has our agenda for the day. For those of you who are virtual, I believe that was sent to you. Additionally, we have this registration form. So if you could, throughout the day, just go ahead, make some notes, check some boxes if there's some items that you see there that you'd like additional information on, things you have questions on. If you have, if you want to leave some comments or some notes on future sessions, please go ahead and put those down here. We'll collect these throughout the day if you have to leave, or we'll collect them at the end of the meeting. And again, would love to make sure we have those details so we can properly follow up. All right, so that's a little bit there. Restrooms are that way. Sponsors, speakers, and food are that way. We will have refreshments throughout the day, in, back, and outside. So please help yourself. And we just want everybody to have a productive and enjoyable day. So the goal today is that everybody walks out of this room, learns something new, benefits, hears about some new products, and that's what we're going to try and do throughout today. All right, couple thank yous. We want to thank our sponsors, not only for being here to work with you, to be here to answer questions, talk more about their products and opportunities, but certainly helping to contribute to offset some of these costs. So we appreciate their support. as we continue to do these events throughout the year. Also want to take a big thank you to our team back at the office. These things require a lot of work, a lot of person hours, and they did a great job finding the location, getting everything set up. So I want to make a special thank you to Lynette in the back and her team. Just give them a round of applause. So everything you see here, from our live streaming, audio, visual, to the bags, to the swag, to the stands, to the presentation, her and her team put this all together. So without them, we couldn't make this happen. So we appreciate all the hard work, and this event turned out great. So we hope you enjoy it. All right. Just to get into this briefly, for those of you who may not be working with Insurance Advisors Direct currently or not familiar with us, I just want to take a few minutes just to go through some of the highlights of us as an organization, as a full-service FMO. So what we've done throughout the years is we've really created a platform on what we call our 7 pillars of success. Okay, the reason for that is when agents are out there, whether you're starting new in the business or you've been doing it for some time, you have needs. You have professional business needs to help support your sales, help support your growth, whether it be products, back office support, lead generation. All of you may have different needs. And what we found is with independent agents across the country, wherever we go visit with them, they all have very similar needs, but different. So you might be an agent that needs some of our support, some of our team, or you might be somebody that needs all of it. But we've really created this platform to speak to all of those relationships and everything you might need. So everything from product offering, some of our key carriers are in the other room, here to talk with you, answer questions, talk about their products. We handpick those carriers across the country to make sure that we deliver the best products that are out there that can service your clients. Lead generation is also a key component, maybe not of experienced agents, maybe you're more on a referral basis, but certainly new agents. Even experienced agents still tend to like to do some lead generation. So we have all different types of lead generation, from social media, seminars, direct mail, video. We've got media companies that can help with all different types, from billboards to radio to TV. So just about anything you're looking for from a marketing perspective, from a lead gen perspective, or even just a branding perspective, we can help out with. Sales tools. For many of you, you might be well-versed with the product lines you're working in, but if you're moving into new product categories, or maybe you're adding a product line, you may need some additional assistance. So we continue to build and enhance our sales tools to make sure that they're available to you when you need them for those proper product lines. Administrative services sometimes goes a little overlooked, but really they do a lot behind the scenes for you as agents. So when you're getting contracted, certified, if you have problems with a case, commission issues, submission issues, underwriting, whatever the case might be, that back office steps up and takes a heavy lift off of you as salespeople. As professionals, you can focus on your clients' needs. You can focus on going out and visiting with your prospects versus sitting back at your office, sitting on hold for 3 or 4 hours. Let us take that burden off of you. Marketing services. So a bit unique to us, but our marketing team, led by Lynette, anything you want. We'll go through this in a little more detail at the end, but everything from simple business card creation, logos, mailers, letterhead, whatever it is that you need for your business, we have a marketing team to actually do that. You don't have to go to an outside source or hire a company. We have that in-house. Social media ads, all the way to a bit more detailed, extensive work like website design and you name it. So anything in the marketing realm we can assist with. Technology, another big thing. We're going to talk more about technology as we get into today's session, but technology is extremely important today. And the right technology is important. You don't want to be burdened with technology that either is too difficult, cumbersome, just doesn't work. So we have the right tools and technology, from enrollment platforms, quoting comparison tools, CRM systems, you name it. But really it's designed to meet your needs and to help you and your business grow more efficiently. So technology is important. Training and education. So we're continuously doing events like this, whether it be in person, maybe it's online, virtually. We do these in multiple cities, multiple states. We do a lot of webinars. You've probably seen some invitations. Sometimes we do one, maybe multiple a week. Those are all hosted on our YouTube channel that you can check out anytime if you happen to miss those. So go subscribe to that because you'll be notified when those get posted, and you can view those at your leisure. So again, we're constantly trying to educate. And it's not always about product. You know, especially today, you'll hear we spend more time talking about sales ideas, things that you can put to work for you in the real world when you're out there building your business and growing your sales. That's our real goal. But we do obviously have to talk about product and educate there, but we try to mix that message up so that you are constantly getting new information, new ideas. So that's just a little bit about us. If you're unfamiliar with Insurance Advisors Direct, and if you have any questions or you have any needs, maybe it's in one of these particular areas or multiple of these areas, please see our team. If you're online with us today, reach out to our organization. We'd be happy to answer those questions in detail. All right, so let's talk a little bit about why we're here today. You saw the opening slide, the evolution of sales, the evolution of us as an agent. Are we evolving? Are we advancing? That's a question we should all be asking ourselves. And today we're going to talk about ways you can do that. What's on the horizon? What's coming that you should be prepared for? What products and services and sales and technology you might want to be familiar with to help your business grow. And it depends on where you're at with your career, but we ultimately look at what's happening today, and we've seen some changes, especially in the Medicare arena, and those are going to continue to happen. We see some changes coming in the under 65 market. Those changes are going to continue to happen. When I started selling in 1997, I was just talking with some of our team last night about this. We've seen a lot of changes over those 27 years. But we had to adapt. We had to move. We had to change. We had to get familiar with new products, new platforms. You know, when you think of evolution, you think about, there was a slide we used in a presentation I did a few weeks ago, and it was kind of, you know, an old-timey salesperson, you know, carrying like a typewriter or something. And then, you know, you see kind of the advancement with technology and what that turns into. And, you know, the question I asked is, you know, back in the day when I started selling, I had to take my lead, I had to get into a town, and I had to go buy a map. I had to go buy a detailed map of all the city streets, and I'd figure out where I was going to go sell. And, you know, of course, the map never tells you when a street dead ends, and you got to drive around something. And, you know, but those are the days we lived through. Now, today, you fast forward with technology, with our tablets, with our, you know, smartphones. We've got GPS built into it. Could you imagine still using a map? Doesn't make sense, right? But yet, we meet agents every day around the country that are still kind of using maps when it comes to their business and how they're growing their business and how they're advancing and how they're moving forward. So it doesn't make any sense. But sometimes they just don't know. They don't know it's available. They don't know how to improve. They don't know how to change. So today in our sessions, we're hoping that we can shed some light on those changes, what's coming, and how you can be more efficient and effective out in your sales as you're growing your business. And that's what we wanted to do for you as a partner. So our agenda today is jam-packed with a lot of great speakers. We have speakers that have come in from out of state to speak and talk about these subjects and to educate you. We're going to kick it off with our carrier panel. We've got Kyle and Lauren from, well, one's from HAP, one's from Priority Health. So we appreciate them, and they'll join us in just a minute. As a matter of fact, if you guys want to come up now, we can kind of get those started as I'm talking about the agenda here. So they're going to talk very openly about what's going on, what their products are going to look like for this year. No, I'm kidding. Well, we'll try and squeeze some of that out of them, but we'll get as much as we can. So we've got some great questions lined up that we put together. We even had some feedback from some of the agents in the field with some of these questions. So we appreciate them joining us. After that, we've got a gentleman, good friend of mine, Andy Daster, here to talk about the changes coming with under 65, new products coming out, how to be prepared. He flew in all the way from Dallas, Texas to be with us. Then we've got a panel discussion with how to sell your first annuity. So again, we're going to continue that trend of how to evolve, how to add new products, how to be more effective, how to work with your clients better, how to be a better agent for them. Then we're going to talk about, maybe flip those around. Then we've got lunch. Again, we'll get time to spend with our vendors, with our sponsors, with the carriers. Then we're going to get into package cross-selling, ancillary products, what that's all about, what that means, how to effectively do that. We're going to have a panel discussion of experts up here. Each couple of these sessions, we're going to have agents coming up to actually talk about how they're doing this in their business on a daily basis. Then we're going to talk about creating opportunities and change in the regulatory environment. I've got a good old friend of mine, Harley Gordon. Some of you may know him, but he flew in from Boston. He's going to be talking about those same subjects, how to incorporate, how to grow your business with other products. And he's going to talk a little bit about his Medicare program. And then we're going to have some closing remarks where we're going to kick off. Oh, actually, in between that, we are going to do an award ceremony. So right after lunch, some of our top agents will be giving out some awards. And then as we wrap up, we're going to be talking about our next year's conference, what you can qualify for. We're going to be talking about some of the new technology we're going to be rolling out in the next few weeks, some exciting things coming, and then we're going to be wrapping up. So again, jam-packed day, but we hope everyone walks away with some great information, new ideas. All right, I think we're moving on. Okay, we've got you up here. Maybe, should I just stay down here to not complicate things with the audio? Okay, are those microphones working? All right, good, good.
Trying to get us on a hot mic or something.
Hot mic, yeah. Okay, everyone. So the first three questions that we've lined up here ultimately are more built around the ACA space. Okay, and some of these were submitted from some of our team. Others were submitted by some of our agents. But if we look at those top three, so affordability and value. So how do you balance low premium plans with quality networks in today's environment?
Yeah, I think the main thing is how you build your network. So can you hear me?
Maybe a little closer.
Let's put it there. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
There we go. So the whole thing is about how you're building your network and how you're building your contracts with your providers, right? We believe in our product line, at least, that we're going to have a broad network for the vast majority of our products. So we really have to look into risk mitigation, how our contracts are built, if it's a value-based contract with those providers, and what we can do on the back end to help reduce some of the costs that are there. But we really want to make sure that we're offering a broad, full network for all of our members, and then we'll take care of it on the back end with the contracts with the providers and everything else.
Yeah, I mean, obviously on the Medicare side, narrow network plans aren't always the most popular because you're on a Medicare fee schedule and the plans are zero premium. Not a lot of levers there. But on the ACA side, I think people are willing to pay less to have a more limited network. And if you can make the network rich enough where they can still get the care they need, but that lowers the premium lever, I think people are willing to take a look at that in a very price-sensitive market like the ACA. So it's a balance for sure.
All right, great. Now, next one, ACA brand protection. So how are you preventing enrollment fraud and ensuring broker quality?
Lauren, you go right ahead.
I mean, I know I'm primarily in the Medicare space, but from what I've heard from my ACA friends, it's a little bit tough on the marketplace right now. I think there is some AOR switching happening, and there's only so much regulation they can do to protect against that. So as far as it depends on us, we make that right. When an agent can prove that something nefarious happened, if it's not on the marketplace, that's when it's a little bit tougher, I think. But yeah, it's a pain point for sure, and I think we need to figure out how to make that work because agents don't work for free, right? So they want to be able to service their clients and see them in their book, and that can't happen if there's switching going on. I don't know if you'd add.
Yeah, there's a few proactive measures that we take, taking a look at that CMS suspension list every 90 days, trying to make sure that we're not maintaining brokers on our active ready-to-sell status that may have done nefarious acts in other markets. We're consistently looking at those plans that, you have seen some fraud in the industry in the past. So it might be a 94 silver plan, know, that people are taking away or not accepting the subsidy, but they're enrolling saying zero premium or something along, or $0 income. So we've really tried to monitor those and make sure that we're being proactive in those efforts so that we're not injuring our good brokers doing the right things, that we're really trying to make sure that we're getting the bad ones that are doing nefarious acts, because there's not a lot of them, right? 1% maybe is giving the rest of you all a bad name in the market when it comes to CMS and the other services. So we want to make sure we're getting them off our books and we're working and dedicating our time with the brokers like you that are doing everything right.
My understanding too is some of the enrollment platforms are also making some changes to monitor that as well. Is that correct?
Yeah, I
Brian?
think so. I mean, we've come a long way. It's harder to do something. They're catching on to ways in which people are playing the system, right? You're always going to have that. They make new regulations and then people find ways around it. If they're, you know, dead set on doing something bad, they'll find a way to do it. So we just need to continue to keep evolving, I think, working on ways to fix that. I know we have an agent oversight committee, so we monitor grievances that come in from members saying, hey, someone moved me, I never consented, I never signed a scope, I don't know who that person is. We have a team that investigates those, and the vast majority of those, it's a miscommunication. It's, you know, I did talk to them about that. They did allow me to come into their home, but we have been able to catch a few bad actors, and it has resulted in termination. Now, that's an extreme case, but I think it's a good, healthy checks and balances just to make sure members aren't being taken advantage of. And to Kyle's point, it's not a huge issue. It's just those one or two that spoil it for the rest.
Excellent. No, I appreciate, you know, you guys taking, you know, the lead on addressing it when you catch it. So the next question, 2026 market trends. What early data or policy shifts could impact product design and commissions?
This is ACA, right?
Yes. We'll get into Medicare in a moment.
This is fun. So obviously the big thing everybody's wondering right now, what's going to happen to the advanced premium tax credit? Is it going to expire? Is it going to be continued for an extended period of time? What scares me right now personally is that you're not hearing a lot of talk about it in the news or anything else, which leads me that I think we should all be expecting and planning for them to expire. And that's going to have a big effect in the market. You're going to see probably a reduction of 20 to 30% of people who are actually going to go on the marketplace just because of those tax credit reductions. You're going to see a lot of people switching from higher metal tiers to lower metal tiers, which affects all of you as a broker, right? Because if they go to a lower metal tier, it means they're going to a lower premium tier, which means you are likely having a reduced commission in your book of business. So it definitely is something to take a look at and keep your eye on, but also understand a lot of those people that are leaving the marketplace, I think opens up an opportunity for all of you when looking at off-marketplace plans, right? If those tax credits are going away, maybe they are looking at something that might be a little bit richer. They're willing to pay a little bit more since they're not going to get a tax credit anymore to get a little bit of better coverage. So I think we're going to see a shift of that 20 to 30%, maybe 10 to 15 of it actually going off marketplace, but unfortunately the other percentage is probably going to just drop off and not have coverage at all.
Yeah, and the downstream effects of that is who's going to come off. It's probably the people that are healthy, right? And so anytime you have plans that are full of people that are high claim drivers, that's when things really start to shift. So if I'm a healthy, you know, young business owner that has a plan on the marketplace and now it's too expensive, I can't afford it, that might be the first thing I drop. And then you have all the healthy people come off and the only people that need it are the sickest of the group. And you don't like to see that be so off balance. So remains to be seen, I guess, how that shakes out. But yeah, it's problematic. I think that's as good a reason as any to get involved in NABIP. I know several of you in the room are, but I've been lobbying on the Hill and in Lansing for an extension of those premium tax credits so that this doesn't happen. And that's, you know, we're in a heavily regulated industry. That is super important for us to be doing, especially you representing, the constituents of our legislators. So just a quick plug for NABIP.
I'm going to second that, and if you're in this area and you don't know what NABIB is, come talk to me after this.
Yeah.
Good plug. All right. So let's move on from the ACA space and let's look a little bit at the Medicare space. And we're going to be talking more about the under 65 space throughout our session today. We've got some other future ideas and plans that we can talk about that may fill some voids if some of those changes do occur. But let's get into HIDE changes for 26. What updates should agents and members expect?
Lots of changes coming with the HIDE plan. I think the good news is it's going to be better for the member, right? They're going to have one card. It's going to be streamlined. You no longer have to wonder what Medicaid plan they have. It's just going to, for all intents and purposes, it's the place they have their HIDE SNP. So even if that plan doesn't offer Medicaid in that area, it's still one card. You almost don't need to worry about where the Medicaid is because that's happening on the back end, right? I think the hardest part is just going to be that transition. So the first chunk is regions 8, 10, and 12, Wayne and Macomb, and the southwest part of the state. Those are going to be the ones that transition first. And if you don't, there might be some additional training components too with the LTSS, the long-term support services. So during certification this year, you might find that you have to do an additional training component to get teed up on what that LTSS piece looks like. And maybe that makes some agents say, you know what, I never majored in this space to begin with. I don't want to do that additional training. But I do think it's important to know enough at least to be dangerous because it is a good thing and it's going to be the new way of the world. In some ways, I think, why wasn't it always like this? But I guess we'll take it as it comes, and I think the transition almost will be helpful in some ways, that it's not all at once. We can kind of get some footing under our feet and then go to the rest of the state. So,
yeah, there's still quite a few question marks around a few things on there too. We've been working closely with DHS and trying to understand how a few of these functions for the initial kickover is going to be. For example, the crosswalk of current members to their HIDE SNP plan, and what's going to happen into the opportunities for the members that may be on a DSNP plan, not as much this year, but next year that maybe is no longer available, that company doesn't have a HIDE or they didn't get awarded the bid in that area. The other function of it is, not everybody's, how do I want to put this? HIDE SNP is going to be there for full dual eligible people. Now, we've seen a lot of plans in the market that have been including partial duals. Those are going to be members that are going to have to be looking for a different type of plan design when DSNP goes away in their area. As Lauren said, we have the 3 regions this year. 2027, that will be the rest of the state, is going to HIDE SNP. So we have to prepare, and if you have a book of business of partial dual members on a DSNP plan, you want to really start thinking about their transition plan now and having those conversations with them. Maybe they don't have to make a change this year, but at least prepare them for what's coming up in 2027. The other function of it is I think they're going to look a lot like an MMP product with a slight component of the supplemental benefits being looked at again. When this was, in full transparency to all of you, when they were first talking about HIDE, it was not going to be a broker sold product. It was going to take that completely out of the brokers. And I think between NABIB here locally, all of us carriers that value working with brokers, I know HAP and Priority, the vast majority of our enrollments come through our external broker channels. So we really push to try to make sure this is something that you're able to work with members on. But initially that was going to look very care coordinated side and expect it to still have that look and feel with a smaller supplemental benefit component. Maybe not all of those extra things added in there, but just expect it's not going to be the exact same thing that you're used to selling today.
Interesting. Oh, great insight there. Okay, moving into zero premium plans. So will we see fewer zero premium options in the future?
it's funny, I've heard a lot of chatter about that just recently, and I guess I don't know where that concern is coming from. Obviously, premium is a lever that you can use to help make sure that your plan remains profitable. I don't know that $0 premium plans go away ever. I mean, potentially. I do think we'll start to see a little bit of a push towards premium plans. You know, when you can't move the premium lever, you're going to start seeing benefit changes, right? That's the only other thing you can do besides network, and most plans aren't probably going to take that route, though you are seeing a little bit of everything. I would say it's those $0 premium plans are likely to just become a little bit more bare bones, your nuts and bolt health plans versus a premium plan. Am I willing to pay a little bit more to get those richer supplemental benefits that I'm used to getting? And I think we've kind of created this consumer who's, you know, all about these shiny objects, and we've moved away from, you know, you're seeing plans make the medical benefits worse in favor of keeping supplementals, and I think it's backwards in my opinion. I would love to see us do the opposite, but I think plans are nervous. You know, is that going to cause someone to shop? Why are we choosing plans on OTC coverage? This is not extending the life. While it is a nice benefit, it's not extending the life or improving the health and well-being of most members, but that's where the dollars are going. And so I'd like to see that shift, but again, I always think a zero premium plan will exist in some fashion.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think you're going to see an expansion of plans available, moving towards the premium for those richer medical benefits. I can't agree with Lauren more on the fact that, and I'm going to blame the nationals for this, sorry if you're in the room, but it's kind of caused a race to the bottom, right? Mm-hmm. By offering these huge supplemental benefits, healthcare costs are not going down. So as claims continue to increase, MLRs continue to increase, you really have two options. A, put a premium on the plan, or B, take away some of those supplemental benefits. Because at the end of the day, I'd rather invest all of our funds in A, helping all of you do your jobs better, and B, make sure we're having a better health outcome for our members, not necessarily make sure that they're able to go get, you know, Band-Aids for their grandkid and put them in their stocking at the end of the year.
Yeah. No,
we've heard it once, we've heard it 1,000 times, right?
Mm-hmm. And I've talked to other carrier executives, you know, presidents of smaller regional plans. They've kind of said the same thing. Like, of course, to be competitive, we're always going to try to maintain a zero premium plan, but we're going to have to reduce some of the existing benefits, make it more health driven, you know. But then the premium plans will come around. If somebody wants to pay a little bit for those niceties, well, those might be available too.
Yeah, and honestly, I think we're going to see the other side of it too. You're going to see a lot more higher premium plans come in that MedSup kind of lookalike space. As we continue to see Plan G and everything else take large increases across the country. Again, like I just said, health costs isn't going down, and now those plans don't have contractual standards in place with their providers. So they're paying 100% of Medicare scale, and that's going to continue to increase. So maybe we have rich plan designs that attract the MedSup space as well. So I think we're going to see both ends of the spectrum.
Absolutely, yeah, we're seeing a lot more of that, more agents gravitating towards some of those higher premium plans, especially outside of Michigan. So great insight there. Medicare Advantage trends, what are the biggest emerging trends that you can foresee in the next few years here?
I think there's been a lot of changes, obviously. I think the biggest one that comes to my mind is just provider abrasion. We saw a lot of provider disruption in the market in Michigan this year. And, you know, I have to wonder if providers are thinking to themselves, oh, wow, you know, these members are getting, you know, hundreds, if not thousands of dollars in Part B givebacks, and here I am feeling like I'm not getting paid enough to see Medicare Advantage members. And so because of the number of people that we have in the Medicare Advantage space, we don't have a Medicare problem anymore. We have a Medicare Advantage problem, and we need to make sure that our providers are getting paid enough to make it worth their while. Otherwise, we're going to continue to see disruption in the provider space. And for plans that have, you know, touted themselves for having great networks, that's going to be an issue. We want seniors to be able to see the doctors they want to see and get great care and manage that care effectively. So that's an ongoing issue. Again, the prior auths is the thing I think people continue to talk about. That's another one of those levers that if you don't increase the premium and you don't change the provider network, what else can you do? You can require prior auths. And, with the infiltration of AI, you're seeing automated prior auth, especially with the larger carriers. And so that concerns me, that you're not having eyes, someone's actual eyes on the case to see, is this prior auth deserving of being awarded or denied? So I think that's going to be something we should continue to look at, in addition to obviously all the Inflation Reduction Act downstream effects, of which there are many.
I think, on top of what Lauren said, because she's 100% correct on all of that, I think we have a star rating issue too. We have CMS wants to reduce the pool of bonus funds that they're giving to carriers. So they're making it harder and harder for carriers to obtain star ratings. When you see star rating changes, that is a lot of money. Because remember, when we get a bonus on the carrier side for having a certain star rating, all of those funds have to go into plan design and plan benefits for the members. So as you see reduction of stars in the market, that means that there's going to be a large impact, especially if you're going from 4.5 to 4, 4 to 3.5. There's a huge change there in what plan designs are going to look like. So continue to take a look at stars, and that's going to kind of tell you right off the bat what next year's plans are going to look like for them and the stability. But it is very, very difficult. I mean, one person calls into your call center, and that call can drop not to your own fault. It could be a system issue. It could be a car hit the building outside and then the power went out and the call dropped. You automatically lose a full half-star rating for your call center right off the bat from that. So they're making it very, very difficult, and that does make it hard on the plan design side. So I think where we have to make up for it is our HEDIS and CAP scores and make sure that we are having the clinical care processes in place, the care management. We're sending out those preventative tests to help catch certain services earlier in their onset so that it costs the plan less money, helping bring down our MLR and allowing us to keep those funds there for next year.
Yeah, I'd love to see kind of a refocus on preventive care and what can we do to get ahead of some of these things. Yeah, the star ratings, it's getting harder and harder to do really well in that space, and you've got a lot of plans locally that have done historically very well, but that's big time money. The CAP surveys go out to a random sampling of members, so you can't really control a lot of those things. So you try to control the controllables like the managed care and that kind of thing. But yeah, it's an uphill battle, and it's getting worse.
Good points. Next, we're going to work into the role of independent agents. And we know your guys' stance on these as local carriers, but how do they fit into your growth strategy, and how are you supporting them?
First off, thank you, all of you. Our growth strategy is, I think, I've been very candid with every single one of you. It's through all of you. It's through working with you, training our phenomenal team that's here, Yosh, Heather, Ryan Combs, welcome to the team. As well as, Jack Vito on our ACA space and everything else, Jason Glutzner. Our whole thing is we want to make sure that we're here to support you and your growth. So answering the phone calls, answering those emails, having fast resolution to the client issues that you have, making sure that we're investing into what we can do to help you in the market. And that may even be as simple as our own advertising and catering that towards talk to a local agent or talk to somebody else. So very, very important on that side. And then the other thing is we don't direct, we're not doing outbound calls or trying to get, BRCs in and having a call center reach out. We're trying to push all those local leads to you. We, of course, have a call center. You have to take telephonic enrollments, but that is only from the little 1-800 number that we have on the bottom of an ad. They're more likely to call and reach out to a local broker. We're just here to support you on every side.
Yeah, I mean, we wouldn't be here without local brokers. They make up 80% of our business. Critically important, I would say, we have 220,000 members. Retaining that amount of members is an insane task. And so I think this year, this AEP is a prime example of the value of agents. We're actually projecting a net loss, and because of the agents that so faithfully support Priority Health, we were able to have a net gain in a year where, we had to make a lot of tough product decisions. And so we owe that entirely to agents. We did more of a retention effort internally, but the agents are definitely what carried us and allowed us to have the AEP we did.
Yeah, I think one other thing, I said invest in our agents, right? And one of the main things that we've done is invest into our Navigator program that hopefully will make your lives as agents a little bit easier, right? So that's a concierge customer service person. If Ava Marie is your Navigator, you are calling one phone number that goes to her inbox, and she's going to take your phone call. That allows members to be able to navigate through their plans a little bit better, make sure that they are getting the help that they need, and then we have the connectivity for that navigator. So we're really trying to take some of that service burden off of you. And if you want to keep it, more kudos to you. I think it's great for agents who say, I want to handle every aspect of service. But sometimes when we're in a difficult market and there's a lot of opportunity, you want to be in growth mode and try to reach out to as many new prospects as possible. So allow us to take some of that off of you through our Navigator program.
Excellent. Maybe we'll move into, we'll skip one of these questions, we'll come back to it, but along the lines of retention, which I know is key to a lot of carriers. Question here is, what's working to retain members during lock-in periods? Do you have any particular strategies, or are you finding things are working better than others?
Yeah, we've started doing some webinars for our members. We had to make some vendor changes this year, as most of you know, and that always is difficult to manage, especially for seniors who get used to a certain app, and now they need a new app, and getting up to speed with that. So the webinars we've held for our members have been really successful. I think having a local walk-in center, we have more so on the west side, but folks love to just be able to walk in and talk to someone in person that's local and their neighbor, and that I think goes a long way. We've also had some health fairs where we've been able to do biometric screenings and get your flu shot, and talk to the people that help run our plan, and those have gone over exceedingly well as well. I think communicating with them year round too, kind of to that STARS component, reminding them to get those services that the STAR ratings really look at, and yeah, just kind of being a good partner with them, helping them to use their product. All those things we've kind of continued to grow and develop over time.
Yeah, it's an ongoing item. Like this week, I'm super excited for Thursday, though I was excited for this event too. Thursday, we have a member appreciation event, and we're bringing in some of our Navigator team, which I got ahead of myself. Navigator would have been a good answer for this. But we're engaging with the members every opportunity we have. Of course, we're doing health fairs. We are having testimonials, reaching out to our members on a regular basis, having introduction webinars, membership webinars throughout the year, as Lauren stated, we're really trying to engage as much as we can. But the key component for us in key transparency is that Navigator program. They're doing multiple outreaches a year. It's not just, hey, I'm your customer service person, give me a call whenever you want. It's, we're going to give you a call and talk about who we are and what we do. Then the next call is, are you using your benefits, and how do you utilize those benefits? We're trying to get ahead of that notice that has to go out, mid-year, and try to have our members actually utilizing those benefits early on. And then there's pre-AEP touch points and making sure that they understand what's going on in their ANOCs for the next year. So that's our main lever, I'd say, that we're pulling right now. But of course, everything else are table stakes almost. You have to be sending mailers. You have to be doing those preventative services. You have to be, having those engagement events at the health fairs. It's just, what are you doing a little bit more to get above that?
Yep, great points. And then, of course, back to the agent and obviously the value that you present to keeping those clients happy. Quickly on this question, so as far as member input, I know you guys meet with membership, you meet with individuals in the community, you sit with brokers, FMOs. How much does that input shape your plan designs and filings?
Yeah, I think that's one of the main reasons that local health plans in Michigan have done so well. We're small enough to be able to heed the advice of our agents and members when they call in. We host agent advisory councils every year after AEP to just kind of get a feel for, what was a pain point, how can we improve upon that? If it's with an existing vendor, how can we work with that vendor to continue to bring more value to the members and make it easier? So all of those things play a factor. I think the agents are the main point there. But then, I mean, having local customer service that sits and listens to what our members have to say. If they have a grievance about something, we take that information and we're able to use that to develop our product for the next year. We can't always do everything that our agents or our members wish, right? It's a financial business, and we have to make prudent decisions in that regard, but it is great to know and be able to have that real-time feedback from both agents and members.
Yeah, when we do sit down with brokers, obviously our team's out in the field all day long, and everything that you're talking to them about and, you know, complaining about sometimes, if we made a change in a direction you didn't like for that year, or your members have run into an abrasion somewhere, you know, that's all coming back, and we're keeping a log of those types of issues, right, that we're addressing when it comes to bid season and when decisions are being made. But we're also, you know, we're working with our DSNP Advisory Council. So that's a group of members that we meet with in our DSNP plan, and we're listening to them talk about what they're facing in the plan, in the market, and everything else, and we're taking those into effect when we're going back. We had a DSNP-focused broker event where we had, candidly, brokers who were writing our DSNP and those that weren't, because we want to find out why you aren't writing our DSNP, right? And we were able to take multiple things away from that meeting, and actually we implemented them into this year's plan design, one of them being Navigator, a few of them being how we address our flex card. Is it monthly? Is it quarterly? So those types of things are taken in all the time from us. And then, of course, the member feedback that we have, complaints, questions, and I think common questions we see a lot in customer service is another big driver, because we work with leadership from those teams on a regular basis to make sure that we're addressing those for next year too.
Okay, awesome. So moving into some future predictions. These are always fun. So we'll spend a little time here. What major industry shift do you foresee in 5 years?
I mean, obviously, we've got more and more people aging into Medicare than ever before, so I think that's a big one. I would love to see more and younger agents get involved, because we're going to reach a point where, already we're at a point where there's not enough agents for the members that need an agent, and that will continue to happen as more agents move out of the business. And so would love to just kind of see a resurgence of new people into the business. I also think our consumers are going to be more engaged in their healthcare. Generation Jones is this upcoming group of Medicare beneficiaries who are more engaged in their health. They have an optimistic outlook on their health, and they want to be involved in that. And so I think catering plans to, again, more of the preventive part. How can we get ahead of some of these things? So we launched our wellness line this year, Thrive and Thrive Plus, that offered that gallery cancer screening. So one blood test, you know, checks for a litany of different cancers, and we've seen a lot of interest in that. And I think how great to be able to empower our members to take their health seriously. You're not going to find that in everyone, of course, but how do you engage that different type of consumer into a plan that is going to allow them to steward their health as best as possible and give them the resources to do that? So I'm excited about that. That's something I'm passionate about. So I'm excited to see that change instead of being reactive, like, oh, especially right now, I think we're seeing post-COVID a lot of late-stage cancer diagnoses more than usual. Usually the cancer rates are pretty predictable. But I think because people weren't going in, we're seeing later stage diagnosis. If we could move that stage, it's stage jumping basically. So instead of catching it at stage 3, what if we could catch it at stage 1, and what would that look like? And how would we better be able to care for that member and prolong their life? I think that's a really exciting opportunity.
Yeah, I'm not going to pretend to be able to tell you that I can see where Medicare plans are going to look like in 5 years, right? Or what I can tell you is to Lauren's note, we have a newer generation coming into Medicare that have used the technology. So candidly, I think that's going to make everybody's in this room's jobs a little bit harder and easier at the same time. You're going to have a more self-informed member, I should say. Not more informed, but more self-informed member. As we see them starting to utilize tools like ChatGPT to compare plans and everything else. So it's going to be super important for our brokers in the next 3, 5, 10 years to understand it's no longer a story of just those supplemental benefits that's going to be the driving force. It's the intangibles that you can't see within the plan design. How easily can you get issues resolved? How many prior auths are going to be required by the plans or not required by the plans? Those are things ChatGPT can't tell you. And especially when it comes to privately held companies like ours that aren't putting all of that information out on the internet to be pulled, that's the important information that you're going to need to know and make sure that you're aware of when you're moving forward, because somebody's going to come down, sit down with you and say, you know what, I loaded all these plans in the ChatGPT, and it seems weird to say that, but there's a lot of things we do every day now that I would have told you was weird 10 years ago. And you're going to have to sit down and say, like, I know the computer says this, but let me tell you a little bit of background about that and why that's not necessarily the right choice. And I think that's where your value of an agent is going to increase even more, is being able to tell the story and the intangibles about those carriers for that member's specific situation. Then, of course, in terms of on the carrier side, it's going to be the preventative side of services. Healthcare costs is not going to go down. As much as we would love to see it happen, it's not going to go down, which means MLRs are going to go up. And it's a great point that Lauren made, is we need to catch a lot of these things at a much earlier stage. So is it more preventative services being sent out on a regular basis? A screening, a Cologuard test, a kidney analysis, something else that somebody can do from home and send in, that maybe we catch one of those things at stage one? Because at the end of the day, it's much better if we can catch it there versus 3 or 4 down the line. So I see we're going to move more towards the preventative side, and then obviously an uptick from the member front of their capabilities of looking things up. But again, you're going to be able to separate yourself with your knowledge of those intangibles.
Excellent. Now, just to zoom in on that for a moment, I'm just curious what your thoughts are on technology, AI, how that might factor into the future, maybe even, from the agent role to the carrier's role. You guys have any input or ideas there?
Embrace it.
Yeah.
It's here, and I think there's a lot of huge benefits for you as an agent to utilize those. I wouldn't say have ChatGPT or any of these other services create your marketing plan for you, but have it help you cater some of your copy, right? Maybe you're not the best writer in the world, myself included, and you need something to be kind of cleaned up a little bit, or your grammar checked or something else. That's something to make you more efficient in your job, and it's going to be all about efficiency at that point. From a carrier standpoint, it's already something that we're looking into, in terms of customer service. Is there a chance to utilize AI in a chatbot or something else that can help those members with simple self-service related questions that are going to be able to get them no longer on hold, reduce call volume times, and allow them to be service easier, and also open up the lines for those people that have the more complicated questions to talk to somebody a little bit more self-service, or that needs a little bit more service on that side. And down the road, I don't know, they could end up in an opportunity to move a lot more customer service back onshore as we have more AI able to help with simple questions. It's going to reduce staffing needs, which is allow us to bring things back onshore and bring jobs back here too.
Yeah, I think it's like anything else, a balance is generally going to be healthy, right? Like, I think members work with an agent because they want that human touch. And so I would say never stray from that. Use AI to help, make you better at what you do, but don't lose the part of you that members want. That's why they're working with you. They want to be able to call someone up and talk to you on the phone about their grandkids. And there are just some of those things, and I'm speaking as someone who has literally never used AI. So I'm maybe not the most pro AI person. I'm more the people person. But I think you're right. You can't sit back and not use it because it's not going away, and it's going to be an opportunity for those that choose to use it. And if you don't, could you be left behind? I think that's a concern. But I would say don't stray from the thing that makes you you, and the reason why your members continue to stay with you year after year, plan after plan. I just think that is always going to be important and continues to reinforce the difference between going to Medicare.gov and looking for plans myself, or working with an agent who I know knows those things that AI can't tell me, right? What's their customer service like? Yeah, I see that their plan ranks highest on Medicare.gov, but what's the other side to that story? And that's the value of you. And so we can't lose that because members need that.
Absolutely. And I will say, even at the Medicarians event, some of you may have been there, but this is the largest audience of AI technology companies I've ever seen. So obviously it is coming. It's changing how we do things, how the agents interact with their clients, how maybe the clients interact with the carriers. AI, we've been taking a deep dive this year into AI technology. We'll be talking a little bit later about some of the platforms we'll be introducing. But to Lauren's point, we're looking at it as how it can enhance you in your services and not replace you. And that's the key, because there's value in this relationship that you have, in your knowledge and what you bring to the table. But if you can help relieve yourself of some of that work, or be quicker responding to things, or identify sales opportunities that you didn't see on your own, but AI noticed it, well, that's just enhancing your opportunity in using technology in the right way. So those will be some of the things that we will be introducing and that we'll be talking about in the coming months with this heavy introduction of AI and technology that's out there. All right, moving on. This is the last question I believe you guys put up, but what keeps you up at night and what excites you about the future?
I mean, a lot of the things we kind of already talked about. I don't want anyone to feel like doomsday, but there are some things that definitely concern me. The provider part, the increasing medical costs, high MLRs, that is something that health plans are going to continue to face. So when we think about what a broker wants, steady, reliable, consistent plans, that makes it hard to do when the health plans continue to feel the squeeze. So that is what keeps me up at night, I would say. How are we going to improve upon that? How can we make it a win for the provider, a win for the member, and a win for the health plan? To me, that's the peak, what we're going after. And then what excites me, I think, is anytime you have change, there's opportunity. And so it seems to be that agents, when we get most freaked out about what's going to happen, those that choose to just jump right in end up having like banner years, right? And so I think if you have that mindset, like, yeah, there's change and maybe I'm uncomfortable about this, but what could that mean? Because for every person that doesn't let that hold them back, there's someone else who's saying, I'm out, and that's where you come in. So I would just say there's opportunity lurking, and I think there's always going to be a need for the local agent, and don't forget that. I'm excited to see how that continues to grow as our consumer evolves, and that makes it really exciting. And the preventive stuff that we talked about earlier, that really gets me going.
I'm going to build off of that because I think I'm on the same side for the excitement level, is the opportunity that kind of chaos creates when we're in the market. And I talked to a lot of you and a lot of other brokers before this AEP, and I think there was a lot of dread before this last AEP of how's the Inflation Reduction Act, how is that going to affect our members, how our plan design is going to be affected. And then at the end of AEP, I talked to a lot of you and you said, man, that was brutal, but I had my biggest year yet.
Yep.
So when those changes come in, it is huge opportunity for each and every one of you. And I'm excited to be here to help support all of you through that journey. So anything we can ever do, that's what I'm trying to figure out day to day and working with the team is how can we better service you? How can we make things more efficient? And that's kind of what gets me up and out of bed in the morning. Now, what keeps me up at night is the stuff I can't affect. And that's, directly, I would say through HEP is the regulation side of things. I can't affect necessarily. Now, obviously I'm a big proponent of NABIB, and that's a huge way for you to have your voice heard. But at the end of the day, somebody's going to make a decision that you don't directly have an effect over that, and it can be a huge change for each and every one of us. I mean, star ratings is one of those big things. Somebody decided that we wanted to reduce that fund that we have for Medicare Advantage plans and how many bonus dollars are being paid out, so they made it more difficult for star ratings to be achieved. There's the 48-hour rule when it came out. I still think that's absolutely crazy. Yep. The vast majority of you, if a member, you reach out to a member and they say, hey, I'd like to learn about this and sign up today, you can't do it if you reached out to them, from a BRC or something else. You're making a member wait and making a decision. And it didn't stop the call centers. The big call centers are using offshore people to cold dial them and then transfer them in and say, hey, thanks for calling. This is an inbound call. I'm going to enroll you now. So I think it's all of those services that we can't touch, but what we can do is just continue to do things right on our side day to day, and those big changes they're making will create opportunity for you to show your expertise, how you can help a member and guide them through it.
Excellent. Now, I know there was a little increase. I know it was taken away in some ways by the star rating, but a little increase in, reimbursement. Do you see that trend continuing? Do you see it getting a little better with this administration?
I feel like it's too early to tell. I think it's definitely seems to be a Medicare Advantage favorable environment. I'm hoping that we see some of those regulations like Kyle talked about, the 48-hour scope, which is just, yeah, it's just silly. I hope that we start to see some of those things, but the Inflation Reduction Act, that's one of the biggest deals. Well, that's a law, so we can't just say to heck with that. We need to wait for that to play its course. And how can we find a better thing? I think on the ACA side, it's a little bit more uncertain. What is that going to look like? And is there a better plan or a better option than the marketplace? I mean, I think there is some uncertainty with that, but again, it's like anything else. You can't control everything. So how are you going to continue to move forward with knowing what you know and being able to do what you can do to bring your clients the best value?
Yeah, I'm going to stay away from anything about different administrations here, there, or next year. Those are for people much smarter than I that are in that area. But what I can say is I think we are seeing opportunity for regulations that are unneedlessly there be taken away. But, everybody refers to the additional, percentage we saw on the Part B or Part C side this year. That was kind of negated by how things happened for Medicare Advantage on Part D, though. So everybody looks at the good side of it, but there was a Part D where MedSups, in my opinion, got almost like or not MedSups, PDPs got almost a little bit of a bailout that wasn't a bailout by a much higher increase of a reimbursement on that side. So that did hurt. We had long conversations with Milliman after those numbers came out, who helps us on the actuarial side, and that they kind of said when you do the math, it kind of was a net neutral. So the star ratings is really where we're feeling that pain point right now. So unless something changes, they make those stars a little bit easier to obtain, which I don't see happening. We're probably going to be where we are right now. I don't think it's going to get worse than where it is unless healthcare costs continue to rise.
All right. Well, we just got a couple minutes left here, but we'll try and hit a few of these extra questions. Will IRA's commissions clawback be overturned? If so, will lost commissions and books of business be restored? You understand that?
Not really. I mean, I realize that commissions is a lever you're seeing some plans pull as it relates to, we're feeling the squeeze over here. Maybe we bid off more than we can chew. We already launched the plan. We can't change the bid. What other recourse do we have? We can pull commissions, right? You saw that happen nationally with some bigger carriers. A lot of that probably has to do with the IRA. I think, continuing to work with plans that value the local agent is the best advice I can give you. We have no plans to cut commissions, pull commissions, anything like that. That doesn't feel wise or prudent to me in any form or fashion. So no, that's not on our radar. But I think you are seeing it nationally, so you got to know it's going to happen, especially on the PDP side. But then I heard a stat the other day that we don't have a PDP, so I'm not in this space as much, but people still wrote more PDPs this year, the non-commissionable plans. So it's like, obviously, agents were willing to say, okay, I know I'm not going to get a commission for this. I'm still going to do right by the member and enroll them. And so I think that speaks to the value of the agent doing what's best for the client, even if it means, they take a little bit of a hit. So it's an interesting move for sure. I'm not sure how that will pay out long term, but.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, we're not in the PDP space either, and that's really where you're going to see commission levers being pulled from the IRA, where you see them getting pulled in the market on Medicare Advantage plans. And we've been seeing more and more across the market come up with these, and it has a lot to do with MLRs and risk scores for the members. So as you all know, a member's not much different than a healthcare plan. When they're new to Medicare, they don't have a risk score yet, just like a new Medicare Advantage plan doesn't have a star rating, right? And risk scores is how we kind of code members and how reimbursement levels come on the back end, and some risk adjustment on that side. So if you have a plan that's too young, and it seems crazy, right? Too young and too healthy at 65 can actually be detrimental on the MLR rate. So maybe you need those plans to mature a little bit. So you want to stop enrollment, not get rid of the plans, but you want to stop enrollment. And candidly, there's no better way to stop enrollment into a Medicare Advantage plan by not paying broker's commission. You also can't trash the benefits because you want the members to stay there, right? So you really have to keep it relatively stagnant in terms of plan design, keep it consistent for the member, and then offer still a competitive advantage if somebody does want to make a move, or if as a broker you refer somebody refers someone to you and you've enrolled them into a different plan now, you have some place to put that member. But also for mostly those direct to the carrier members, they're not shopping anything. They're going to stay there and allow that plan to mature, get the health or the risk scores up, and then that plan can reopen for commission.
Awesome. No, that's great. Well, I think, I apologize, we didn't get to all our questions, but I think we'll have to end it here. So I want to thank you guys for coming out.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time and that insight. So we're going to move along. We'll get into our next session, and then we'll be taking a break. If one of you guys could bring up the microphone. So we're going to introduce our annuity group here and get into this topic, which is how to sell your first annuity. I'm just curious, by maybe a show of hands, how many here have ever sold an annuity before, or maybe consistently? Okay, good. So a good chunk of the audience. So we're going to talk a little bit more about the opportunity. Again, right in line with how do we continue to grow our practice? How do we add other products that make sense? So we're going to continue along that theme, and we're going to introduce, if you guys want to come up, 3 individuals. We've got a couple from our team, Tyler and Bernard, and then we've got one of our top agents, John Jenisak, who's actually doing this, thank you, on a day-by-day basis, and he's going to share some insights on how he has successfully tackled this topic and this product of annuities. And again, doing it more so from a Medicare field perspective. So he's going to give you some tips and tricks into making that happen. Hand this to you, John. Make sure your guys' microphones are right in front of you. So we'll keep moving along. And again, we're going to try and make this a little bit more interactive and talk about, exactly how you guys are doing this, how you're training agents. Because again, John's in the field doing it. Tyler, Bernard, they're working with many of our agents around the country, helping and assisting them with their success in this area. But first thing we're going to talk about is the first objection, and this is one we tend to hear quite a bit when we're talking to agents about annuities. And so how would you respond to these? And we'll just go one by one. And whoever wants to jump in, great. If you don't have anything to say, don't worry about it. But annuities are too complicated to explain. Has anybody who's not selling annuities ever said that? Annuities are too complicated? You're scared of them? Okay, a few hands. So what do you guys say to that? Annuities are too complicated.
I guess I would ask, first question, my very first annuity that I sold. And I was scared. I didn't know what to expect. But you ask yourself, it's not that complicated. When you're just asking the client, you're just asking them a few questions, just gathering some information, then you're going back home and you're just putting it in a model. And I think that the biggest thing that makes it complicated for folks are the different crediting strategies or the indices that you choose from. But when you're dealing with a firm like IAD, you have Tyler and Bernard that's going to do all of that back office work for you, so you don't have to be scared of what the crediting strategy is. We got that part taken care of for you. It's just, and look at yourself as a Medicare agent. When you sold your very first Medicare Advantage policy or your Med Sup, that was complicated. That was complicated for you because that was your first experience doing that. Same with annuities. So you still have that same mindset behind it. This is my first one. And are you going to mess up? Probably so, but that's okay. because you have a firm like Insurance Advisors Direct behind you to assist you with that. Because I'm 9 times out of 10, your first, second Medicare Advantage, you were nervous, you didn't want to make mistakes, but it happens the first go round, so it's not complicated. We make it more complicated than it really is.
I think when you look at the whole process too, if you look at it like that, it can come off as confusing. I mean, you have bonuses and index multipliers and all these things, right? But a big portion of that, like Bernard is saying, is your upline's job. That's our job. Figure out all the highlights, the best plan for the case you have at hand. As far as bringing it up or working with your clients on it, you really just need to know 2 things about them. And that's that they guarantee safety of principal and they can provide income, growth opportunities as well. So it is not as complicated as some folks make it out to be, because you're looking at the whole picture of it, but not your role as the agent in the process, which is very simple.
I'll piggyback on that just a little bit. I'm not going to get too detailed, but it's a little bit more of an emotional thing, because I was working with a broker-dealer 15 years before I touched a Medicare policy. I was scared to death to work with Medicare Advantage, and I had written 401ks, I was involved in all that. And when I first started to work with Medicare, I actually roped in IAD, and someone basically walked me through it. And it was just a Medicare Advantage policy. Extremely nervous, thought I was gonna, all the objections that I've heard of investment products like annuities, it was in my mind about Medicare Advantage. I'm gonna hurt these people, I'm gonna do something wrong. But ultimately, I would say go in reverse and don't worry about the product. Years ago, someone had told me this, and he said it was the 70-30 rule. And the 70-30 rule basically is 70% know your client, 30% know your products. Because if you really care about your client, you have an entire team that you can come to, and it's a process of learning. But identifying what you want to help the client with, that's where it really starts. Because you got to take it from me, I was in annuities way before Medicare Advantage, and I think Medicare or Advantage or even supplements were extremely complicated for me. But I could write a $1 million annuity with my eyes closed. So just to say that in reverse, it is not complicated, but just remember that 70-30 rule. I believe in that. Take it back to your team. They're very well polished. I was doing this for 15 years before I met them, and when I met Bernard, he knew his stuff. So I would say the same way of approaching someone in the Medicare world or the health insurance space, if you approach let's just say the weak points, the needs. If you approach it that way, take it to your team. They will walk you through it. It is not that complicated.
Oh, great points. So we kind of covered, I don't want to risk or do anything wrong, because obviously, we know there's value. We know these products work great. I think it's more overcoming the fear of getting involved. So maybe let's go to the third question. I'm skeptical that this is a good solution for my clients. I know I've talked to agents myself that say that all the time. Well, I'm not sure, again, maybe a little fear. I don't want to do the wrong thing, but I'm skeptical that these are even a good solution. What do you say to that?
So I can start with that. I think that every line of insurance has had its moments, from auto insurance to, even long-term care with the rate issues, IULs, all these things. It's kind of looking at it, if you're looking at the product as the problem, it's not really the product. It's like the 2007 deal that happened to crash the economy. A lot of that had to do with Wall Street's view, or their input. So does that mean that your clients' 401ks are bad products? No. It just means that the tools that you have and the products need to be applied in the right way for the right clients. The annuities are certainly not bad. John and I have talked about this before. Even the guaranteed income for life, that's not something that's on the table for people that work in the financial advisory area. So I think that whole thought process of annuities are a bad product or they have a bad rap and that type of thing isn't valid anymore, especially with how far these products have come. A carrier just came out, and this is a telltale sign of where things are going. They were a stockbroker, financial advisor type of firm. They're actually in Michigan. And just recently, they started rolling out annuities. They opened up annuity line business. And that kind of tells you where the industry's going. They're much more accepted. They're much more powerful vehicles than they were before, and much more versatile.
So I'm just kind of looking over it. I mean, every time I see one of these objection questions, I kind of laugh because it's like it's always coming from an agent side and not really a client side.
Right.
And, you know, a lot of times, yesterday, I kind of come back, I spoke with Jeff last week. I had this great story, and I had never worked with hospital indemnity at all. And after speaking with him, and I was, you know, it's kind of one of those things, it's a learning curve, identifying these things while you're working with people. And yesterday, I provided 4 policies. Never done before after 20 years, after a 5-minute conversation with him of like, you're crazy, I can't believe you don't talk about this. And a lot of times what I would say is one of the things that I have figured out, and I mean, we're always figuring things out, and it's an evolution. We're skeptic of things, we shut our mind down, and we don't really work with particular products because we shut our minds down. When I meet with a client, and you remember that when you were young, when you first started in this business, and there was the fact finding, right? The fact finding and being very good at figuring out where the issues were at. When we talk about annuities, which even sometimes I say that word out loud, I kind of cringe sometimes, which I shouldn't be saying that because I offer a lot of them. I work in reverse. And I would say a lot of people, when they say they're skeptical or they're scared of damaging their client, just keep going back to that 70-30 rule because it is a marathon, it's not a race. It's provided, it's not sold. And that's what a lot of people think is that you're selling something, and I can probably pick every single product in the insurance world and say that was sold and forced. Every single one. If it's something they feel uncomfortable about, then they feel uncomfortable about it. It doesn't matter if it's a Medicare Advantage, a supplement, a life insurance, an annuity. You provide it in reverse because I can probably go to almost anybody in this room and talk about what a solution could be in the results. And you'd say, yeah, if I could make that happen, that'd be great. And then I would work in reverse and say, oh, this is an annuity product. A lot of people, I've actually been in front of somebody who says, oh, I don't want to do that. So I back off and say, but would you like that kind of solution? 6 months later, he hands me a check for $1 million. Because sometimes you just have to be very transparent with people. Mm-hmm. It's not a sale, it is provided. Every single person in here is a social worker. You know things that they don't know, and it's not their fault. I come from a very blue-collar family. My dad worked in a factory for 47 years, and of course I'm his son and I know nothing. But I will tell you right now, he can tear an engine down and build a car in 2 days. I can't. But there's one thing I know, if I teach him something, he's never going to forget. So when you build that relationship with somebody, and I know we're talking about annuities, but this is kind of just in general, you build that relationship and remain transparent and offer the solutions in reverse, they're going to work with you. They will work with you. And as an agent, just keep your mind open and work in reverse to the solutions first. Because I have figured out after my Medicare world of 2021, when I first got into Medicare after 15 years in this industry, it was all me. I was the one creating the complication for myself. And it was a marketer who sat down with me and step by step, and I was like, whoa, this is a lot easier than I thought. It's completely emotional. It's you. It really is. You just got to look yourself in the mirror and say, it really is you. Don't project yourself onto your clients.
Great point. And I'm going to add a little bit to this, because I hear this objection, and I feel like it comes from, one, maybe you've seen improper practice out there. And I will say that that's why some of those suitability standards have been brought in. Because I will say, when you think about taking somebody's retirement and putting it into an annuity, if you're looking at taking every dime they have and putting it into an annuity, yeah, you're probably doing the wrong thing. And that's not what they're meant for. So you got to kind of also overcome that fear by understanding that that's not proper. And with suitability standards and with our team here, they're going to be able to help you navigate to what's really the most important thing for that client, how to determine that, and then the programs and solutions that are available. So we can help guide you to that proper solution, and you can put that fear aside, knowing that you're still doing the right thing for them, and you're putting the proper dollars into the proper vehicle. And I think that's sometimes where that fear comes from as well. So let's jump into, is an annuity right for your clients? So kind of springboarding into this, who would you consider the appropriate audience for an annuity?
You know, it'd be the clients you're talking to right now. I mean, any senior client's going to be a good candidate for an annuity, because remember, ultimately what they're doing is they're guaranteeing a safety of principal and providing income. And all your clients are all going to face 4 issues in retirement. You know, their health care costs, which you guys are all covering already. They're going to need to replace some income because they're not working anymore. You know, they still need to pay their bills. They're going to have some long-term care stuff going on that should be addressed, and then passing on assets. So that's the perfect audience for you. The hard part about sales always is finding people to talk to and prospects, but you guys are already talking to them, you know, so you're in an excellent position to start offering annuities, people you're talking to.
And quick question, anybody here have a conversation with anybody this year about the market and concerns? Anybody here? Anything about that? Yeah, I think everyone has. So, you know, again, fitting perfectly into the conversation about the value of an annuity where that's not the conversation.
No, I think that, you know, everybody in here, I'm not sure if I'll get myself in trouble with this, we're all financial advisors. Everybody here is, okay? It's not just about putting money in the market and trying to figure out how to make somebody money. It's also discovering liabilities and obligations, and especially in health insurance. Because I would probably challenge just about anybody here and say, go find a financial advisor that talks about Medicare and how much it's going to cost, and health care, and how health doesn't improve with age. They don't. They look at their money a lot different. And, you know, if you look at, you know, I can give you an example, because you did say, you know, like, what is your perfect annuity client? And one of the cases I worked with last year was, and I'll profile it, okay? 66 years old. She's generally pretty healthy. She does have a very strong, a big health concern. Her kids are 45 years old, okay, 43 years old. She is at the end of her rope in terms of working. She wants to retire, and she decides to go to Medicare, jump into Medicare, and leave her group insurance because it was just a better option after doing a bullet point. And after doing all that analytical work and working with her, because she was extremely skittish and scared, because she had a heart issue, which made me a little scared. Right? So, I mean, I was working with her, doing everything I possibly could analytically to make sure that she wasn't doing something irresponsible. And because I did that for her and worked with her, her mind was open because there was a trust factor, okay? And I also thought out loud. And I will tell you guys, for the most part, think out loud in front of your clients. That's not a weakness. That's a good thing, okay? When I'm confused in front of a client, I tell them, you know what, let me get back to you on that because that's a really good question. I do not know the answer. I'm going to find that out. Okay, that's being humble, that's being transparent. And after going through everything, and, you know, her UAW member boyfriend, who was against everything I said, she said, I don't want him here. The next time you come here, I want to talk to you by myself. We went through her assets, and of course, very meager, not a lot. $100,000 in a 401k and $100,000 in an old IRA. Her Social Security was at a certain number that made her very scared, but she had an 800 square foot home, paid off. She did everything a blue-collar person, I'll just say that because I really don't know what that is anymore, but a blue-collar person would do. She grinded, she worked, she paid her bills. But at the end of the road, her Social Security just wasn't quite enough. And after going through her Medicare Advantage plan and seeing some of the gaps, like hospital stay, the co-payments, and yes, it's forecasted and predictable, but it scared her. So we were able to take a look at her IRA and move it into an annuity plan that, in that particular annuity, provided an income base. And that income base shot out probably about 8.5% at her age when she was going to trigger it at 68 years old. So her plan was, I'm going to leave at 67 to get my full Social Security. So we took that number. And then if she let this annuity sit for 2 years, it would produce just about $900 a month. And it's really unbelievable how many people I've run into that between their Social Security, putting something together for them that they didn't exist, by the way, they had no idea it existed, that they could do this, a payout of 8.5% to 9% for life, and we left her a $100,000 nest egg that she could figure out what to do with. Of course, I'm not a financial advisor, so I can't tell her what to do with it, but that made her feel very comfortable. But that money alone put her over the edge where she basically came to me and said, do you understand the net of this is 15% more than I make when I'm working? That number's there everywhere. Everywhere. And the rule of usually thumb is if somebody can produce 70% of their working dollars, they won in retirement. We just created 110%, okay? Because everybody's economy is different. They can be multimillionaires, they can make $30,000 the rest of their life, or their whole life. There's always something that could be worked with. And I will tell you this, if it doesn't work, you have to be the one to say this isn't going to work. You have to be, okay? You explore the option in front of them, and if the numbers work, it works. And that's okay. And if you get confused on what an annuity can produce and how many different kinds, that's what these guys are here for. Okay, that's when you have, the reps from all the insurance companies that have their particular products. Work in reverse, find out what they need, go to them and say, listen, they need this, this, and this. Is there something that could be provided for them? And that was probably besides the hospital indemnity that I sold the other day, was the greatest thing I ever did, because I felt like I really made them feel good. It was really cool. And if you don't get that feeling, you know you're doing something wrong. Okay, so when I did that, I walked away, and another thing we'll move on. The advocates for this whole thing was her 2 boys. I roped in her kids. Okay, that sandwich generation, which I'm a part of, which has got to take care of my kids, and I got to take care of my parents' kids. They said, okay, now if something happens with mom, she needs home health care, she's got enough money to budget. Her liabilities are under control. If the worst case scenario happens, we have a nest egg. That's where it worked out perfect. It was probably the best case, not the largest case, but the best case where it impacted a client and everything they needed to do, and that involved 100% Medicare first. That's how it works.
Great scenario. Thanks for bringing that up. Did you have something to add, Bernard?
No, I mean, the biggest thing is listen to everything John just told you. I mean, because he's out in the field, he's doing it, and what we do is, your clients, you want to hear the story from your clients, and then come back and tell Tyler and I that same story, and we'll put it together for you off of the story that you told us, and we will show you, I mean, over and over again, how to present this to your client. But no, first and foremost, listen to what John just said on how to do it, and then come back to us to help you.
Don't listen to everything.
And to that point too, yeah, you don't have to worry. I mean, there's so many products, so many carriers out there. It can be confusing, but you don't have to be that product expert. You just have to be that relationship expert, be that advisor, and then we'll do the rest behind the scenes for you, to their point. So we kind of covered the next topic, which is what clients would fit for which circumstances or needs. Let's look at that third one. Can you walk us how you would identify whether a senior client is a good fit for an annuity? Because I know you said you have to be the one to sometimes walk away and sit and say that's not right. When do you determine, and how do you determine that?
I would say I'll piggyback on that last case. And actually, I have a case that I would say it fell into my lap. He was, interesting enough, would not work with me in Medicare. And but for some, he trusts me on the other stuff. So we went through some things, and I had noticed he had a lot of shoddy business, kind of just strange things, a $50,000 annuity from 2003, and just weird things everywhere. And I did a fact finder, and ultimately, you know how we all ought to do with fact finders, the first thing you think of is numbers. You're writing numbers down. This gentleman was a doctor, so I didn't have to really write a lot of numbers down, and I knew he was savvy, and he did well. But there was a concern, so my fact finding was literature. I wrote things down. And he ultimately ended up saying, I have a daughter who's 53 years old. She is developmentally disabled, meaning she can function, but she can't be on her own. She also has 2 other kids. He also has 2 other children and grandkids, and he put a trust together and was trying to make sure everybody was going to have what they needed. But ultimately, it was his daughter that he didn't really want to come out and say it to me. And I said, so you want to make sure your daughter is protected, and that's what you're doing, but you really are scared to talk to me about it, which explains some of these annuities that were kind of everywhere. And he said, yeah, absolutely. And I said, well, let's work in reverse. See, he was working forward, and he was just trying to protect money from this point going forward, but not really getting the result he wanted. And I said, ultimately, what do you want for your daughter? I had to throw a couple numbers out there to just to help him gauge, which was home health care, living, assisted living, and he said, I want my daughter to have $10,000 a month. That number right there told me he doesn't have a lot of faith in his family taking care of her, and he wants to make sure that she's going to be someplace that's going to be taken care of. So that would be ultimately $125 or $120,000 a year, right? Again, this is an individual who wouldn't work with me in Medicare at all. He won't work with me, and I don't know why, but crazy enough, I'm trying to sell myself to him like I'm this Medicare guru, and he's like, no, you can work with me in this. So, you know, going through the fact finder and just writing things down, and I know everybody in this room is really good at this because everybody here is at healthcare. Is I was watching his mannerisms and I was watching his face when he was talking to me, and I could see the complete concern, and he was extremely nervous to talk to me about it. So he said, I'm going to put this in your lap, $120,000, and I want it in about 9 to 10 years. So of course, I don't know the numbers. I don't know anything. And I called Tyler. Tyler started running the calculator and figuring things out. And again, this is kind of one of those things where if I do end up going to him, I'm not going to push this. We're working in reverse. I can get this solution and we can guarantee it. Because you guys remember a lot of things in this world of volatility and variables that can take away our money. That's the best way I can say it. Volatility in the market, variables in life. These are the kind of scenarios that people don't want. And some of these products, these investment tools that we call annuities, can produce numbers that an actual advisor would struggle to make happen. And it's going to eliminate all the variables. And he said, whatever we got to do, just tell me, work up the numbers, and I want my daughter taken care of. And so we're running the calculator, and we get it done, or mostly done. I got a few people roped into this, and this is kind of one of the things that, you know, I'm a guru, I think, at this, but I roped in True Choice. You know, I roped in, you know, Tyler. There's people that I need to know this is going to happen because I don't really care. The gentleman wants the solution. He doesn't care about the product. He wants the solution. And we're working on, again, a relationship, not really a product-driven thing. And, you know, to that point, it's probably going to end up being about a $750,000 deposit, okay? And you never know who you're talking to. And the thing is, yeah, I'll be happy about that, and it'll be great, and everything will be fine. But ultimately, it's you just served a purpose that no one has been able to do. This gentleman works with USB. I don't know if you know what USB is. You know, they're a big brokerage firm. They can't provide a solution. No one has come to him, and this Medicare agent comes in, provides a solution to him. Just because I was willing to listen and talk to him, like a social worker. Everybody in here is a social worker. And if you run your business like that, these products are just another tool. Never walk into an office and say, I'm an annuity salesman. You're not. You're not a life insurance salesman. You're not even a Medicare. You're providing solutions to people. And, you know, you teach them that, and as you teach them, you just become an advocate and a partner with them. And that's how annuities are actually done. Okay?
Great points. All right, we'll jump into the next, and I think to John's point too, you know, when you're asking the questions, you're identifying the concerns as he did, well then you come back to your team that's behind you and you discuss those. And you talk about, you know, if it's right, you know, can we come up with a solution, or maybe it's not the right time. So, you know, again, that's just part of the process. Don't be afraid of it. Yes, Harley. Sure, we'll let you ask a question.
Scope of appointment.
Yeah, we're actually going to get into that.
Okay.
So,
okay.
Great transition. We will touch on that, Harley. So a couple things on building a sales strategy, because obviously we want to make everyone more comfortable with how to introduce this or what to say, what questions to ask. What's been your most effective strategy? And again, we'll get into the scope part. But what's been your most effective strategy introducing annuities into a Medicare or retirement conversation?
Yeah, I think part of the first step is after you do that enrollment with your client, before you leave, and this is all compliant, is here are the other services that I offer. And you can name all the different services that you offer, just can't go into detail about it. Now, if they start asking questions about that, Next thing is, hey, let's set up an appointment in the next 7 days or 14 days or whatever the case may be. But during that time, you call Tyler and myself, hey, I got this client, I don't know what to say, and we'll tell you exactly what to say or give you a little presentation, a 5-minute presentation that you can use with your clients to show the value of why you may need that annuity.
John, being you're dealing with a lot of Medicare clients, maybe we will get into that now. So how do you kind of transition? I know we didn't put any slides in here. You provided us some of your tips and ways of doing that, but how do you infuse that conversation into your Medicare presentation? And then how do you work around the scope and make sure you're compliant doing that?
Well, they're two separate appointments completely. They have to be. It's too complicated as well anyway for a client. I know there's the scope of appointment, but I just don't do that to people. It's too much. You know, it's almost bringing
He takes the scope of appointment.
Yeah, oh, yeah, of course, yeah.
I'll just clarify for him.
Yeah. Of course, that's all taken care of, but they're generally two separate appointments. Yeah. In essence, yes. Yeah. And of course, you do have to be a little skilled at picking up the pain. You know what I mean? There's people that are worried about things, and it's not a healthcare thing because during healthcare, you're talking about healthcare. And you have to kind of keep it that clean because a lot of times people know they want a solution, but when you get to that point and you're working through so much information that's new to them, you definitely have to break that up. So yes, the scope of appointment's done. You do the Medicare thing, but also on the back of my card is all my services. And then when you look it up, I'm Covenant Financial, not Covenant Medicare.
Another thing with that conversation that you're having with them before you set the follow-up appointment is I would leverage the economy now as some talking points. Ask them how comfortable they are with what's going on in the U.S. economy now with their retirement savings. You know, there's a lot of ways you can angle that and make it your own based on the relationship, but that's your in to ask the question for the follow-up right there.
John, do you use, I'll kind of rephrase this other question, do you use any illustrations when you're in meeting with them? Do you use a formal presentation, or is it more of just a fact finder and then you develop it from there?
A fact finder and develop from there. I think I've tried to go the other way, and then I think initially when I first got into this business, that's kind of the things that they do, is they try to help you, they try to get you to throw a lot of information in front of them at first. But as I started working in Medicare and seeing the other side of things and how sensitive things are, you always kind of work in reverse and, you know, see if you can find that solution and then bring things to them after the fact. Yeah.
Okay. So getting into this next slide, you know, kind of some of the focus areas, and we can't dive into too much of these in detail, but you do your Medicare presentation, you do a fact finder. At that point, are you already discussing next visits to introduce these solutions? Are you waiting to do a maybe more in-depth fact finder when you come back? What's your strategy or technique there?
So a lot of times when I meet with people, I can have a chart, which is like 1 through 10, and here's some topics. Give me 1 through 10. 1 is I'm not concerned, 10 is I'm concerned. And I go through that with them. And then I usually will come back because a lot of times when I give them my card, a lot of times, and I don't know if this is kind of sneaky or not, but I always flip it the other side. And that is the list of the services that I have. For the most part, what I do is we go through the Medicare, we talk about things, and then we just have a general conversation about the liabilities. And that's kind of one of the things that I was always taught to do in the beginning with Medicare is expose the liabilities, make sure they know what they're going to have to pay for. And then with that chart and everything like that, I set up a follow-up appointment. You know, usually by phone, I call them and say, you know what, we have some things we could talk about. I think I have some solutions for you. Would you like to hear them? Again, a lot of times you'll just hear a no, and that's okay. That's okay. I'm not an annuity agent. I don't sell myself as one or retirement. I think we sell ourselves as a solution person. I was called a financial advisor, and I was very quick to shut that down because I'm not. But some individuals do get very confused about why was no one ever talking to me about these liabilities and these things. You know, my 401k guy or my financial advisor at the bank or whatever, they never talk to me about these things. So I usually go in, find the pain points, they give me 1 through 10. That also helps me in fighting because, you know, there's people that will go the supplement route, right? And then there's the Medicare Advantage route, and you have to find out an economic status of these individuals to make sure you're providing the correct solution going forward, along with their health. So that's why I do a lot of the 1 through 10 tell me where things are at. It's going to help paint me a picture, so I'm going to be a little more accurate when I come back to you and talk about things.
Absolutely, great point. And we'll move into this next. You touched on, so let's just move right into it. We just have a few minutes left. So your point, we talked about this when we were putting this together. Do not sell them an annuity. Sell them a beneficial solution. So maybe just talk about that for a moment.
I mean, yeah, it's not what the product is, it's what it does. It's sales 101. It's like, again, guaranteed principal, income, those are the two big components of annuities. If you can find areas where those are the solutions, you've already sold the product. The annuities that I've sold, I've never even called it an annuity until I'm presenting them the illustration. You know, I don't even call it that because it doesn't matter. You know, ultimately they had a problem and I'm solving it with this product. It's the same thing as every other product line in insurance.
That's correct. You're good. You're good. I was thinking of something else, and it was more on the ejection side of things. You
I
got my
bored him,
mind
I
spinning.
think he just zoned out.
Okay, good. Well, then we'll move into this last part, transforming your practice, the impact of adding annuities. So how has offering annuities changed your practice, both in terms of client relationships and long-term business growth?
Okay, well, again, I'm a unique case because I think I'm a little bit more in reverse. I wasn't working with healthcare, and I did a lot of financial, a lot of retirement planning. I was a life guy, basically, life and annuity, things like that. As I started to work in Medicare, the credibility, I call it credibility or trust, and I just started seeing the business in a different way, okay? Probably a little more thorough way, and I don't think our learning ever stops, and please don't stop evolving. And the biggest thing for me was I was probably this arrogant guy, and I will tell you that it's really uncomfortable to say that in front of people. It's really an arrogant person thinking that I couldn't do this, and Medicare was like, And when I started to do that, my credibility, the trust, the relationships that I have with clients is tenfold. And then again, that's a little bit more in reverse. And if someone provides solutions, if you're the Medicare person first and you go into some retirement planning and solutions and things like that, I think for the most part, if you do it the way we talked about, and most of you already know how to do it, it grows your business in terms of trust. I haven't bought a lead in 3 years. I haven't bought a lead in 3 years. I get referrals because if you take care of somebody really well, they're going to tell their sister. They're going to talk to, they want them to talk to somebody. And I would say this too, the biggest thing, I know we're on annuities, but this will probably give you a little bit more relaxed feeling about annuities. Don't say annuities, it's just an investment tool. A stock is, a bond is, a mutual fund is, things like that. And, a lot of people get confused about annuities, or clients do, but ask them how a mutual fund works. Not one will probably tell you how it works, but the 401k is full of them.
Yeah.
Right? So, when you are transparent and you think out loud in front of your clients, there's a lot of trust. They like to see that. You're not just going to go in there and tell them what to do. And when you find those solutions, and if annuity or an annuity investment is something that's going to help them reach that goal, your practice does climb. And mine has. It's climbed in many ways. I have a number down, and I'm not like that analytical, but my business has grown about 66 to 70% in 3 years by doing this. And I get phone calls, and sometimes it's tiresome, but what happens is they're calling you like every day. And most of the time it's just about, some things involved with the Medicare Advantage policy. But for the most part, it just forces a relationship builder. And they trust you, and they're calling you for everything. So that's how it's impacted mine. Tenfold. Yeah. I had to change my phone plan because of it.
Great points. And we're going to dive into that a little bit deeper when we get into the afternoon session. And when you think about it, if we really were to just focus in on what we're doing, we're all here selling and introducing solutions, right? And this is a solution. It shouldn't be something we're scared of. It's not taking their money. It's not just disappearing. It's taking those dollars that are important to them, doing something with them that matters to them, like the income stream that John referred to, but along the way, it's protecting it. So we're really still in line with what our objective is, and that's protection. So maybe this last point. So what services, tools does Insurance Advisors Direct offer? Training? You guys want to speak to that for a moment?
we touched on a couple of those, but to sum it up, everything from day one stuff, training on the products, Fact finders, I'm sure you guys have heard that word dropped here. We have a number of those. Illustrations will do for you. We're very hands-on at IAD for those who have worked, of you that have worked with us. You know that. And we take the same approach with annuities. We'll walk you through every step of the way as much as we can. And even to application and suitability review, we'll do. So start to finish.
Yep. And we've done that many times with new agents. In fact, I think she couldn't make it today. She's sick, but I got a text saying, hey, I just sold my second annuity. I know Tyler and Bernard were there to work with her on her first annuity, and now she's seeing the value, and she's getting more comfortable with it. And we have many, many agents where John kind of came into this. He already knew that world, but we have many agents who have developed from the Medicare side and are now offering these products.
If I can, add to that part of the service that now I love doing annuity illustrations, and please excuse my arrogance, but I find myself a little genius when it comes to that because I research every crediting strategy. Now, when John gives the story, or if any of you has the story to give from your client of what they're looking for outside of the fact finder is fine. I like to listen to the story. And the story will tell you exactly what they're looking for, and then we can plug in the numbers from the fact finder. And then I will go and research every crediting strategy from annuities that I think will work. So you don't have to worry about that. The back end office, oh, we have you. We got you every step of the way. And we will explain it to you in such a way that you can go to your client and make you seem like you're that genius as well as you already are. Because I'll tell you this, selling your annuity, how many of you folks, your clients talk to you about their Social Security or their pension? So you sold your first annuity right there because Social Security is an annuity and the pension is an annuity. So they already opened up that conversation for an annuity.
And when we say annuities are too complicated, or that was one of the objections we talked about, a lot of it is what Bernard was touching on, is the index strategies and the bonuses and the credit. And you guys, again, you don't need to worry about that. We'll do that, just to drive that point home.
And additionally, and then we'll have to wrap up here, these items that you see on the screen here, we put together a little small, simple annuity sales kit, some questionnaires, some additional questions to ask. If you have additional interest, whether you're here in person or online with us, just check that box on this registration form or put a note, and we'll make sure we send you this kit as a gift, as well as a beneficial guide to help you get started. And then that way, Tyler, Bernard, they can make sure they bring some additional assistance. And two, John has, extended himself. If any of you want to partner with John or work with John, he has made himself available. He can help guide you if you need to get over that initial hump or that concern that you have. He can make you feel more comfortable. So, definitely chat with John throughout the session. He'd be more than willing to partner with you. So I want to thank you guys for being up here with us.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we are going to take a 10-minute break. When we come back at 11:25, 27, we're going to get into our under 65 new products and what's on the horizon. So 10-minute break.
At Priority Health, we understand that your client's health and well-being is your top priority. That's why we're committed to providing our agents with the best tools and support to help you succeed. We're your partner in success, and we'll work tirelessly to ensure that you and your clients receive the best care and support every step of the way. Priority Health, your client's health, our priority. Learn more at PriorityHealth.com.
Jordan Fields with One America on the long-term care side. Excited to see you all. One of the big things I want to do is help make LTC an easier, more enjoyable part of your practice, as well as show you some ways to find some quick, easy wins with your clients.
Hello, my name is Brian Hunter, Regional Vice President with NWL. Financially successful people have found ways to leverage their money. Give me a call today so I can show you how our solutions can help your clients leverage their dollars. Thank you and happy selling.
Hi, this is Betsy with McLaren Health Plan serving Michigan's Lower Peninsula. Contact me to find out why our products and services are a great choice for you and your clients. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Chad Knies with Emeritus, Individual Dental and Vision. If you're not familiar with Emeritus, we do dental, one of the nation's largest networks, no waiting periods on preventive basic or major services, credit for prior coverage, and a really easy online enrollment tool for both you and your clients. So please check us out. Thanks. Hello, I'm Chad Knies with Emeritus, Individual Dental and Vision. If you're not familiar with Emeritus, we do dental, one of the nation's largest networks, no waiting periods on preventive basic or major services, credit for prior coverage, and a really easy online enrollment tool for both you and your clients. So please check us out. Thanks.
Hi, this is Betsy with McLaren Health Plan serving Michigan's Lower Peninsula. Contact me to find out why our products and services are a great choice for you and your clients. Thank you.
At Priority Health, we understand that your client's health and well-being is your top priority. That's why we're committed to providing our agents with the best tools and support to help you succeed. We're your partner in success, and we'll work tirelessly to ensure that you and your clients receive the best care and support every step of the way. Priority Health, your client's health, our priority. Learn more at PriorityHealth.com.
Hello, my name is Brian Hunter, Regional Vice President with NWL. Financially successful people have found ways to leverage their money. Give me a call today so I can show you how our solutions can help your clients leverage their dollars. Thank you and happy selling.
Jordan Fields with One America on the long-term care side. Excited to see you all. One of the big things I want to do is help make LTC an easier, more enjoyable part of your practice, as well as show you some ways to find some quick, easy wins with your clients.
Hello, I'm Chad Knies with Emeritus, Individual Dental and Vision. If you're not familiar with Emeritus, we do dental, one of the nation's largest networks, no waiting periods on preventive basic or major services, credit for prior coverage, and a really easy online enrollment tool for both you and your clients. So please check us out. Thanks.
Hi, this is Betsy with McLaren Health Plan serving Michigan's Lower Peninsula. Contact me to
So I wanted to introduce someone here. He came all the way to us from Dallas, Texas. A good friend of mine, Andy Daster. We've worked together in the industry for 20 plus years. If Andy wants to give details on his bio, feel free, but we've been good friends, worked together for a long time. He is currently the president of North American Insurance Services, and he came to us because him and his organization have been extremely dialed in with the under 65 market, in the limited medical space for a number of years. And as we see things changing dramatically in that space when it comes to under 65, obviously we talked about it a little bit this morning, Andy agreed to come up, talk about what him and his agents are doing, how they've prepared, what products they've taken advantage of. He's going to give you some tips, some tricks, some ideas to incorporate into your business for under 65. And then we're going to introduce to you some brand new products that will be rolled out exclusively through Insurance Advisors Direct in partnership with Andy and his company. So again, we're excited to have Andy with us, excited to learn more about what they're doing to be successful in this space, what's on the horizon, and how you can be prepared as well. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Andy Daster.
Good morning. Thank you, Jason. You know, Jason and I, we have worked together, partnered together for a long time. I can't tell you how much I appreciate you having me here and being a part of this event. I'm really excited about it and excited to share with you some really exciting and new and different information in the under 65 market specifically. So let's go ahead and get started. I'll just tell you really quickly about myself. 35 years in this business. Yeah, started in 1990, spent my first decade or two working for insurance companies, United, Aetna, Trans, and then I changed gears and went onto the distribution side where Jason and I and Christy and a lot of folks here work together, and I've been running North American Insurance Services for about the last 10 years, 11 years, and we really focus on the under 65 individual health insurance market. And so let's go ahead and jump right in because I want to give you guys some good news to get started. A lot of doom and gloom about the under 65 individual market, right? You guys a little scared about what's going to happen? Well, let me tell you, today's your lucky day because this is the opportunity of your career. This is the opportunity. That's why I came up here, because I wanted to make sure that everybody got an opportunity to hear. Don't get doom and gloom on me. This is the opportunity. You will never see this again, ever. Been doing this 35 years. Trust me, I've seen ups and downs and ups and downs. And by the way, one other thing I learned in the under 65 market is it's a year-to-year business. It just is. You might say, what do you know? Oh, well, 35 years of doing it, and it's a year-to-year business. It has always been in that 35 years, a year-to-year business. I don't know what Jason was asking a couple Medicare carriers, what does the next 1 to 3 years look like? I don't have any idea in the under 65 space, but I can tell you I have a pretty good idea as to what's going to happen this fall. So let's jump in. So here's our agenda for this morning, and I know I'm between you and lunch, so I'm going to try to move things along. We're going to talk about the regulatory environment, but I want to reiterate, you're going to hear the opportunity of a lifetime. We're going to talk about the state of the under 65 individual health insurance market. One of the things Jason asked me to do was, instead of just talking about this one set of products that we're going to do a deep dive on, to kind of give everybody a lay of the land as to where the market is today. And here's what I want you to write down. There is no one-size-fit-all. There is no one-size-fit-all. I know the government maybe thought that it could create a one-size-fit-all, but it didn't work. Insurance companies maybe tried to do that, didn't work. And in this upcoming season, more than ever, you're going to have to be able to customize a health insurance plan based upon each individual circumstances. I know. One size fit all may sound easier. Don't even wish for that. Don't even wish for it, because you'll hate it. We're going to talk about USA Health Plans. Write this down. USA Health Plans is not a product or a carrier. It's a platform. Not a product, it's a platform. I'm going to show you how to create a six-figure income, and I'm going to give you some real actionable steps. Again, by the time I'm done, you're going to say, this is the greatest day of my career. You're going to make that much money. The numbers are so massive. By the way, I was just looking it up. Anybody know how many ACA members in the state of Michigan? Anybody have any guesses? No? It's about 450,000-ish. Now, the size of the individual health insurance market in Michigan is probably closer to 2 million, but about, let's just say, call it 500,000 just because it's easier, ACA members in the state of Michigan. Can you hold that? Maybe write that down, because we're going to come back to that number because it's crucial. So that's our agenda. I already went through that. All right. Let's talk about the ACA regulatory update. So first I wanted to mention, don't ask carriers to come up with this list because they're not going to tell you. And let me just tell you, this is my opinion based upon everything I know about this market. There are 6 things that you need to know about what's potentially going to happen in the ACA and the under 65 regulatory environment. Somebody already mentioned it, one of our carrier friends mentioned it up front about the enhanced subsidies. Guys, they're going away. They just are. Congress, literally yesterday or over the weekend, put together their bill and their budget for 2026. There was not one penny in there for enhanced subsidies. So unless some, miraculous politician comes out of nowhere and puts, I don't know, a couple $100 billion in the budget, enhanced subsidies are gone. What that means is that the middle class people that were in the ACA because they got those enhanced subsidies are probably not going to stay there. Now, some of the other things are not part of a final rule yet, but we should be seeing those final rules soon. But I'm going to tell you these 6 anyway. And then we're all going to make a guess as to how many of these will make it to the final rule. I'd say there's a pretty good chance almost all of them are, but even if they don't, there'll still be a lot of people looking for cover. One of the things already announced is CMS already has announced a shortened open enrollment. It's going to be November the 1st through December 15th for the ACA. They're not going to let it extend into January, February. Could that make it in the final rule? It sure can. That's what it was before. There's also going to be fewer SCPs. By the way, carriers hated the SCPs. They got slaughtered with the SCPs. So if you're thinking, go talk to your carrier buddies and say, hey, can you save all these SCPs? They're going to say, oh, we're not saving these. Why do they hate the SCPs? Yeah, it was so abused. People would wait until they got sick, and then they would use an SCP to get enrolled. They would deal with whatever they dealt with and drop. The SCPs were one of the biggest money losers for the carriers. And again, I know why the regulators did it. They figured, well, if we give more SCPs, that'll give people, more of an opportunity to enroll. There's going to be increased compliance scrutiny. I heard one of the carriers mention earlier about the broker record changes and other things like that. There's going to be more regulatory scrutiny, whether that's of agent practices, offshore call centers, insurance companies, or all of the above. This is the one, though, that if it makes it, is probably going to cause the biggest hit to ACA membership, and that is the income verification requirements. Let's face it, they've been a little, wishy-washy when it came to really checking to see if people really did deserve those subsidies. So there's going to be way more scrutiny, and that's already been announced. There's a pretty good chance that makes it in. That's going to cause membership decline. And then this last one, I don't know if you've heard this one, whether or not this makes it in, we'll see. But a minimum premium of $5. It's not for all, but for certain people, a $5 minimum. Why would they not want a 0? Why a 5? Certainly some money. I don't know how much $5 moves the needle, but yeah. Now you got to get their banking information. That makes it tougher on these call centers who are just calling people up and moving them from plan to plan, right? Now you got to pick up billing information. And if you're not providing the appropriate documentation, they're going to send you a bill for $5. That's really what this is about. Okay. So again, I want to reiterate, these are not the final rules. But I'd say there's a pretty good chance some or all of these will end up in the final rules. They've already been announced. I'm not making this up. I'm not just, speculating. All of these things have been announced, but the final rule has not yet been released. So, what does this mean? Well, if you think about this, there's about 20 million on the ACA. 20, 21, whatever you're thinking the right number is. And I heard somebody even mention that he thought, one of the carriers, that there might be a 20%, maybe a 30%. I'm here to tell you, it could be as much as 50%. So if there are 400, 500,000 ACA members in Michigan, now you understand the opportunity. There's 200,000, 150,000, 200,000 people that are going to be dropping the ACA. Now you might say, well, I don't believe all of this is going to happen. Maybe only 100,000 people drop the ACA. My question is, which of you are going to abandon those 100,000 people? Well, hopefully none of you. Don't abandon them. And yes, that more than likely the people who will drop, and I heard it mentioned earlier, are going to be the healthy ones. The sick ones can't go, right? Where are the sick ones going to go? They're going to stay on the ACA. They're going to have to. The heavily subsidized, the low incomes, they're not leaving because the government's going to pick up most of their bill. So it's the middle class and up and the healthy. They're going to drop. Now, what that does to the carriers is a question. What did Aetna say about what that was going to do? What's that? It would drive up costs to the point where they departed the market. That's already been announced. 1 million ACA members from Aetna are all going to be free agents. That's nationwide. It's not in Michigan. Yeah, Aetna's already announced that they're departing the ACA space. I'm sorry. So the ACA does not have any pre-existing condition limitations. By the way, I know not all of you are selling ACA plans, and that's okay. I know not all of you might even be in the under 65 space, and that's okay too. Because after today, I want everybody to be in the space, because when you see what the opportunity is, I'm trying to kind of build some enthusiasm for the opportunity, because it's monstrous. Just here in the state of Michigan, it could be 100,000 people. Learn all that you can about the ACA, but what I'm going to show you is how to help those people that are going to be losing their ACA plan or dropping. It's going to be a big number. I don't know what the exact number is. It doesn't matter. It's just going to be a big number, and all the carriers will tell you that. Yes, sir. So what was happening is a lot of people were not providing documentation on their income. They were just saying, well, this is how much, and then the IRS, you're right, would have to clean it up at tax time. But that isn't always going to work that way, because you're handing out money to people that might not ever cough it up later. So it was always intended that the ACA would verify income. Like in Medicare, they do it much easier, right? They don't ask for income documents most of the time. They just go to the IRS and say, hey, tell us what their income was a couple years ago, a couple tax returns ago. That's how your means tested. But they don't do that in the ACA. On the ACA, they make the client come up with the documentation. Yeah. So they're going to be more scrutiny on doing that, and some people will just bail out. I do think, again, I don't want to get political here, I do think part of that also comes to the immigration issue, that certain types of people probably won't want to cough up income documentation. So can we just not get into that subject, but that could be one of the motivations. Again, I don't know which of these you believe. It doesn't matter. Some subset of these 6 things are going to happen. We already know them to be true. We just don't know which 6. My estimate on here is if only a couple of them happen, you're probably talking about a 20% reduction in the ACA. If all of them happen, it's probably a 50%. Now, where did I come up with 50%? Well, let me tell you what my math was. Before all the enhanced subsidies were launched under the Biden administration, there was about 10 million on the ACA. Then when all of these rules were enacted under the Biden administration, it doubled to 20 million. So there's a chance that if they just unwind the same things that were launched, that it goes right back to the 10 million. So it literally can cut in half. It's possible that here in Michigan, there could be 200,000 people that drop their ACA plan. Again, I know you're thinking, gosh, Andy, it's a lot of doom and gloom. I thought you said you were going to bring us good news. I am, because I'm going to show you the opportunity. So here is the way, remember how I started off by saying there's no one size fit all. Are we agreed? No one size fit all. So what are you going to do? Well, what you got to do is now you have to have 3 types of under 65 individual health plans in your bag. And Insurance Advisors Direct can help you with all of these. And I'm just giving you some examples here. Don't write down the carriers. I'm not an insurance company. I run an independent brokerage. So, but Jason asked me to come here and make sure that I'm clear as to why we need those, where do they fit, and under what circumstances. So let's just kind of go through this grid. It's not, I don't know if you guys can see this so easy. So with the ACA, it's going to go back to what it was originally designed for. I'm sorry if this hurts people's feelings. It was designed for the sick and the low income. It just was. That's what the law was built for when it was launched. It was for the low income and people with pre-existing conditions. That's what it was always designed for. And that's where you should leave people that have chronic conditions, expensive medications, etc., or are heavily subsidized. Why not take the money? Now, this afternoon after lunch, also keep in mind there's an opportunity there too. Anybody see what the ACA out-of-pocket max is going to be for 2026? $10,000 for individuals, $20,000 for families. How many of your clients have $10,000? I want to know. How many of them could write a check for 10 grand? Any? Give me a percentage. None? If you read the data, that's the right answer. The average American does not have the ability to cover $1,000. The funny thing is, the average rich person can't cover a $1,000 medical emergency. Look at the data. So if they can't cover 1,000, how are they going to cover 10,000? Much less 20,000 for a family. Guys, they don't have it. Americans don't have that kind of money. Let me ask you guys this, okay? How many of you would be comfortable covering a $20,000 out-of-pocket expense on their health plan? Anybody here? Hey guys, I make plenty of money. And I got to tell you, that would hurt. $20,000? Trying to get my kids launched, so I don't have to worry about that, but still a lot of money. So we're going to come back to that this afternoon. Some of our ACA carriers, you guys know who they are. I don't want to waste time on them. They're usual suspects. So I want to focus on the other two columns here because you're going to need them both. You're going to need an ACA alternative that is affordable. I was just talking to an agent in the hallway, and they said, hey, look, if somebody's paying, $80 for a plan, and now you're asking them for $1,000, they don't have that kind of premium. No, they don't. You're going to need an option that is affordable. You're also going to need an option that is comprehensive. There are going to be some people that have the money, want the most comprehensive major medical solution they can get, with the broadest networks that they can get. You've got to be able to offer that solution too. And that's where we're going to really focus our time and attention here this morning, on that right-hand side. Comprehensive. Yes, there are comprehensive major medical plans that are ACA alternatives available right here in Michigan. And we're going to talk about those. There are multiple options. We're going to focus on one because we can't cover everything today. But one of the things I am looking for is Jason and I and Christy are looking for those that are interested in really becoming specialists in this under 65 alternative space, that want to try to help those 200,000 people in Michigan that are going to be running for cover. We're going to need some help. We're looking for agents and agencies that want to learn this alternative space and become an expert at it and see if we can't really solve a lot of the problems of those people who will be dropping their ACA plan. So I want to focus on one particular plan offering from USA Health Plans. So why this particular one? Well, part of it is because Insurance Advisors Direct is our exclusive distributor of this plan platform here in Michigan. So that's part of it. But to me, of all of the ACA alternative plans out there, it's the most comprehensive. It's got the strongest benefits, it's got broadest network, and options on the platform that could even be less expensive than the most comprehensive version. So we're going to go through all of those here this morning. Okay, so what is USA Health Plans? Hopefully everybody wrote down. It is not a product. It is a platform of ACA-compliant, ACA alternative products that are unique and proprietary to the platform. There's nowhere else you can get these products other than on this platform, and there's nowhere else you can get access to this platform other than Insurance Advisors Direct. One of the nice things one of the nice things about this platform is even though it is multi-carrier, the platform gives you a consolidated contracting process. You only got to do a contract once. Within 48 hours, you get a writing number, and you can sell everything on the platform. And if you're selling in multiple states, just provide IAD with what states you're licensed in, and immediately you will be licensed in all those states. So you can offer it in whatever states you want. It's not available in all 50 states, but 40 plus, most states. There's a couple weird ones, no Alaska and Hawaii and New York and places like that. It is a comprehensive, this is the flagship product, is a comprehensive major medical using the broad Cigna PPO network. It is a nationwide PPO network, and it is the deepest and the widest network we have of anything we offer in our portfolio. I always get this question, so I'm going to just get it out of the way. Do they actually get a card that says Cigna? And the answer is yes, because that's the network. It's on the ID card. Do they actually, do the claims actually get processed by Cigna? Yeah, that's how PPOs work. Cigna is not the insurance company, it is the network. These plans can be sold both to group and individuals. By the way, we're not going to talk about group, but when we get this group of agents and agencies that really want to specialize in this, the group opportunity is monstrous. Now this fall, the big opportunity in the individual market, but by the time you hit 2026, you're going to say, oh my gosh, the big upside, now that that wave is over, is going to be in the group market. It is on a level-funded group chassis. Does anybody know what level-funded group chassis means? Oh, we got one person. Okay. So group insurance, group medical, has two ways of being structured, and it has been like this for many years, decades. A traditional chassis, which might be offered by Blue Cross, those kinds, and then level funded. Those are the two ways group major medical is sold in America. It's on an ERISA chassis, basically. Won't bore you with it. But really all this is, USA Health Plans has just structured it to where it's a group of one. How it works. Without really overcomplicating it. It's really just group insurance for one or more persons or families. That's it. Nothing fancy, nothing new, nothing innovative. Level-funded group medical has been around for decades. Insurance companies have been offering them for years. The only thing that makes this different is that you can sell it down to one person. That's it. Of course, you can do it with groups too, but you can do it down to one person or one family. It is ACA compliant. Let me repeat that. This is an ACA compliant plan. Meets all the requirements, including in states that still have a mandate. Does Michigan have a mandate? I don't think so. There's about 10 states that have ACA mandates. Remember, for those of you who haven't been around a while, there used to be a federal mandate. Anybody remember that? It was required by law that you had an ACA plan. Failure to do so resulted in a penalty. Now, that got killed. Supreme Court upheld it, but states still have ACA mandates. This means all of the requirements of the ACA is ACA compliant. Now, it is off of the exchange. So what that means is no subsidies. This is not a subsidy eligible product. If you want to know what's on the exchange, just go on the exchange and you'll see all the plans that are out there. This won't be there. There's no subsidies on these plans. As I mentioned a moment ago, it's super easy because everything I'm going to show you provides you a consolidated quoting, enrolling, billing, commissions, and contracting experience all in one. Instead of trying to, go to this place and go to this place and try to piece it all together, because that's one of the things agents tell me, like, oh, you got to be kidding. You say no one size fit all. Now I got to go to 20 different places just to get somebody enrolled in a plan. Not with this. Everything is all in one, including the billing and contracting and policyholder administration and agent support. All agents are actually eligible for an override. If you want to champion this product, every agent can get an override. Something that's also kind of neat. There are no AORs. It's not permitted. So what is an AOR? Yep. So one of the things that really hurt the ACA with agents was these offshore call centers calling up consumers and doing AOR changes. So you did all that work, it's an agent of record change. So what that means is, I'm going to sell you an ACA plan and I'm going to be making a commission. Now a call center calls the same client and switches them, does an agent of record change. Now the offshore call center is getting the commission. And these offshore call centers figured this out and they just started calling and calling and calling. That's why your clients are all complaining about all these call centers calling them. So depending upon your book, typical agent lost 10%, 20%. When they got their commission statements in January, they go, hey, What happened to all these clients? Well, the call center did an AOR on you. These plans cannot be AOR'd. Nobody can take them from you. They're yours. As I mentioned, available not 50 states, but over 40. Okay, so let's talk about the flagship product. This is probably 60% of the sales on this platform are this flagship major medical. It's the most comprehensive. It's got the broadest network. It's got all the bells and whistles. This is the kind of major medical insurance that your mother or your father probably told you should be having when you were, first getting started. This is what everybody thinks of major medical. Deductibles are as low as $1,000. Pre-existing conditions are covered. Please write that down. Pre-existing conditions are covered with no waiting periods, no exclusions, no limitations. As I mentioned, there are a handful of states where it's not available. Comp is level. As long as they pay, you're going to get comped forever. There's no way you can see that from this audience, so that's okay. Talk to any of the great team at Insurance Advisors Direct and they can get you the brochure. But this just kind of gives you an idea that there are 5 different plan designs, starting with a $1,000 deductible, sorry, $1,500, I don't know why it says $1,500, and all the way up to $7,350, and there are 2 HSA versions. By the way, who's selling HSA plans on the ACA? There's a reason why only a couple people raised their hand. Because I just checked the data this morning. Less than 2% of ACA members did an HSA. Why do you think that is? Why wouldn't people do that? Because HSAs are great. Why do you think they wouldn't do it? Part of it is the agent, absolutely. They don't understand it. They don't want to sell it. Complicated. But the cost is the biggest issue. Because low-income people don't have extra money to put on the side to save. So why bother with an HSA plan if you're not putting any money into it? But in the ACA alternative space, HSAs are like 25, 30% of the market. Why do you think that would be so different? Yeah, I mean, they got the money, right? And by the way, if you really look at it, I'm not a tax guy, so please forgive me if there's any tax specialists in here. But when you really look at the tax advantages of an HSA, it is like the killer tax benefit of nothing else can come close to the kinds of tax benefits that an HSA can provide, regardless of income. Rich people can do it. So yes, in the ACA alternative space, it's a huge percentage. In the ACA, they could ban it, kill it, and nobody would even notice. Low-income people don't do it. But as you can see, or maybe you can't, first thing I wanted to mention is that preventive and wellness is covered at 100% with no out-of-pocket and no copay. We know why. It's because it has to. If you're going to be ACA compliant, you have to have minimum essential coverage, right? This does. 100% coverage, no out-of-pocket, no copay for preventive and wellness. Most of the rest of it is copay driven until you get to things like hospitalizations. Then it's deductible and coinsurance. Yeah, remember that? Isn't that how health insurance was really always intended and designed to be? Copays to go see the doctor, deductible and coinsurance to go to the hospital, right? Whatever happened to that? Well, back. Prescription drugs are covered, including Tier 4 specialty drugs. Including Tier 4, unlimited benefit, no cap. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Stole my own thunder. Annual maximum is unlimited. It's not cheap. If you're looking for the lowest price, this isn't it. This is going to be for your middle income and up and healthy. Prices for an individual range from about $600 up to a family, a 62-year-old family, for $2,500 a month. So let's talk about that $600 a month premium for the youngest and the highest deductible, $605.65. You guys know any 25-year-olds that got $600 a month? Very few. My son just graduated from college, about to go start his first job, and I can tell you he don't have $600. So remember how I told you that you have to have two different categories of ACA alternative. You need an affordable option, this ain't it, and a comprehensive option. This is the most comprehensive. But you're going to need an affordable one too. Pick your favorite carrier. Manhattan, Allstate, United Health One, Philadelphia American. You're going to need those in your bag. You're not going to be able to just run around and do this. And vice versa. You can't just run around with affordable ACA alternatives and not have this in your bag. There's going to be a market for each. However, for those that are looking for the most comprehensive, the broadest networks, the kinds of benefits that your mother and father told you should probably have when you bought a major medical plan, that's what this thing has. Unlimited lifetime coverage. Cigna PPO network. Okay. Ooh, that's really hard to see. There are some affordable options on this platform too. Again, not everybody is going to be able to afford whatever, $1,000, $1,500, $2,000 a month. So there's some affordable options that you can have on the same platform. The value brought, are my eyes, oh, okay. Thanks, Arlie. I was like, wow, man, thought I was on an acid trip or something. All of a sudden, my eyes started getting blurry. Is that still blurry? Yeah, it's not the greatest. Once you got, touch something. Video folks, help. So that's okay. I can think on my feet. So there is also affordable options on this platform as well. Needless to say, in order to make it more affordable, it's going to have lower benefits and more than likely a less robust network, right? That's how these plans work. Thank you. So here's an option that's on the USA Health Plans platform. Again, it's exclusive and proprietary, just like the previous product you saw. This Value Bronze product has no deductible. It covers things like primary care, specialists, urgent care, and it provides some limited inpatient. It does have some caps on it, try to keep the benefits down. I'm sorry, to keep the prices down, excuse me. And it includes maternity, by the way. Forgot to mention that. Includes maternity. It's guaranteed issue. Prices start at $500. So remember how we said 600 may be too much, 700 might be too much, but now you can knock this thing down to 500. You'll also notice that this is not age banded like the previous product. Am I doing good on time? Oh, okay. Then there's a couple of other pieces to this. Again, going down in price again. This one goes down to $99. However, again, this is all on the platform. This is all exclusive and proprietary. You can only access it through Insurance Advisors Direct. So anyway, so this product is literally just minimum essential coverage. That's all it is. You get preventive and wellness at 100%, and you get it for $100 a month. I guess we could go through all that, but it's literally just minimum essential coverage. It's all it gets. It's all you get. So what's the right-hand side? It's exactly the same as the left-hand side, but on the right-hand side, for $20 more a month, the client gets unlimited labs for free, but no copays. Okay? So why would anybody buy a health plan that literally only covers minimum essential coverage? Dan, I'm going to start picking on you if you don't raise your hand. Yep, for sure. What else do you do with these? No, nope, you're going to make money selling these. No, what you're going to do is you're going to stack these on one of the affordable types of products. A PALIC plan, a short-term medical, a Manhattan Affordable Choice, those guys are next door. Any of those kinds of affordable plans typically get thin when it comes to preventive and wellness. This can be sold to groups, but it's mostly sold to individuals that had purchased an affordable level health plan, but want preventive and wellness. This does that, and it covers that at 100% with no out-of-pocket costs, and it's only $99. This is also used, I don't know if any of you do QSERAs in groups. Anybody ever done a QSERA group? So this meets that requirement. You can do QSERAs. You don't know what it is, again, save that for our group discussion. Minimum essential coverage is the lowest priced medical plan on this platform. It only is going to cover preventive and wellness. But as I mentioned to you, I told you I was going to make it easy. All of the ancillary products are on here too that you're going to need. With a consolidated, I'm going to keep repeating it, contracting, quoting, enrolling, billing, commission experience for the agent. Everything you have seen is all in one place. So you got dental and vision, you got accident AME and critical illness. All of the ancillary products. If you don't know how to stack those, I believe we have a session right after lunch. Perfect. So I will not steal my thunder from this afternoon. Okay, I promised Jason that I would show you guys how to make a great living doing this, and I'm not going to get off this stage until I'm allowed to do that. So, this is the opportunity. By the way, please don't hold me to these numbers. I'm just making some generalities. I do recognize it could go a zillion different ways. But let's just say that first column is true, where you're selling either one ACA, 10, or 100. Your roughly annualized commission on a single ACA is $250. Again, I realize some more, some less. Let's not get too wound up in that. I know families are more and individuals are less. Again, let's just say $250. So if you sell 10 of them, that makes $2,500. If you sell 100, that's $25,000. Now, let's talk about those same members, but instead using the USA Health Plans platform. So, on one member, you're going to make $1,200 on average on that Cigna PPO product. Plus, you're going to stack critical illness, accident, and dental. You're going to make $1,500 per client. So if you do 10 of those, you're going to make $15,000. If you do 100 of those, you will make $150,000 in first-year income. And then it renews. Remember, level commission. So, now, let's go back to how we started. What kind of an opportunity do we have now? We have hundreds of thousands of people dropping off the ACA looking for cover. Some are looking for affordable options, some are looking for the most comprehensive. You go find 100 people that want a comprehensive major medical with the broadest network and the most benefits and are willing to pay for it, and you're going to make $150,000 doing it. How many people would it take? How many ACA members to make that same 150? 500-ish? That's the opportunity. Don't look at the people who are dropping their ACA and go, oh no. Say, hey, I may be losing 250, but I'm gaining 1,500. Did I make my time? All right. Thank you so much. Appreciate your time. Jason, thank you so much for allowing me to be here. Thanks, guys.
No, we appreciate awesome information. Hopefully everybody saw the tremendous opportunity. If you would like more information on this platform, as this is brand new, we're just rolling this out. I think this is probably the first group to hear about this. Make a check mark on that box for under 65 products. And Tammy, one of the team members that handle the under 65 products, will be in touch. We'll make sure we get you the appointment paperwork or whatever is required to get set up to represent this product. And as Andy mentioned, there's a lot of different products that could fit the needs and create a solution for your clients. And a lot of the carriers that are with us today as sponsors and exhibitors have these products, have these solutions. So when you're on break, meet with those carriers, talk with them, explore their options, and find new opportunities to fit into this strategy that Andy talked about. I know he has hundreds of agents doing this on a daily basis, far exceeding those 100 enrollments. So the opportunity is very real, and it's very easy when you think about these solutions and you know about them. So again, I appreciate Andy coming out to explore that. Him and I and another group will explore ancillary and stacking in the afternoon, so we're going to dive into more detail on this. But in the meantime, we're going to break for lunch. So you've got the next hour to enjoy a meal, meet with our exhibitors, and then we'll come back and start the afternoon session. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Chad Knies with Emeritus, Individual Dental and Vision. If you're not familiar with Emeritus, we do dental, one of the nation's largest networks, no waiting periods on preventive basic or major services, credit for prior coverage, and a really easy online enrollment tool for both you and your clients. So please check us out. Thanks.
Hi, this is Betsy with McLaren Health Plan serving Michigan's Lower Peninsula. Contact me to find out why our products and services are a great choice for you and your clients. Thank you.
At Priority Health, we understand that your client's health and well-being is your top priority. That's why we're committed to providing our agents with the best tools and support to help you succeed. We're your partner in success, and we'll work tirelessly to ensure that you and your clients receive the best care and support every step of the way. Priority Health. Your client's health, our priority. Learn more at PriorityHealth.com.
Hello, my name is Brian Hunter, Regional Vice President, NWL. Financially successful people have found ways to leverage their money. Give me a call today so I can show you how our solutions can help your clients leverage their dollars. Thank you and happy selling.
Jordan Fields with One America on the long-term care side. Excited to see you all. One of the big things I want to do is help make LTC an easier, more enjoyable part of your practice, as well as show you some ways to find some quick, easy wins with your clients.
Hello, I'm Chad Knies with Emeritus, Individual Dental and Vision. If you're not familiar with Emeritus, we do dental, one of the nation's largest networks, no waiting periods on preventive basic or major services, credit for prior coverage, and a really easy online enrollment tool for both you and your clients. So please check us out. Thanks.
Hi, this is Betsy with McLaren Health Plan serving Michigan's Lower Peninsula. Contact me to find out why our products and services are a great choice for you and your clients. Thank you.
At Priority Health, we understand that your client's health and well-being is your top priority. That's why we're committed to providing our agents with the best tools and support to help you succeed. We're your partner in success, and we'll work tirelessly to ensure that you and your clients receive the best care and support every step of the way. Priority Health. Your client's health, our priority. Learn more at PriorityHealth.com.
Hello, my name is Brian Hunter, Regional Vice President with NWL. Financially successful people have found ways to leverage their money. Give me a call today so I can show you how our solutions can help your clients leverage their dollars. Thank you and happy selling.
Jordan Fields with One America on the long-term care side. Excited to see you all. One of the big things I want to do is help make LTC an easier, more enjoyable part of your practice, as well as show you some ways to find some quick, easy wins with your clients.
Hello, I'm Chad Knese with
Hello, hello. All right, everyone. We're going to go ahead and I better get past that. We're going to get started again. I hope everyone had a nice lunch. Now the trick is not to fall asleep. So before we get started into our ancillary package cross-selling session, we're going to go ahead and first kick it off by doing some awards. So we just want to recognize some of our top agents that are with us today. And if we could maybe, when we call your name, maybe just hold applause, come on up, we'll get you an award, stay up here, and then we'd like to get a group photo, and then we'll applause and we'll move on to our next session. So, again, we just want to reward, we just want to acknowledge the hard work. I know the work and effort that each of you put in your daily work and lives, and obviously we want to recognize that. Some of this group just came back with us. We were on our annual conference in Curacao, so we had a beautiful time down there. A little later today, we're going to be announcing next year's trip, or technically what you're qualifying for right now if you're doing business with Insurance Advisors Direct. So we'll talk about that, but prior, we're going to go ahead and do some awards, and we'll do it in order. I will probably skip some names that are not here. I'll mention them real quick, and then we'll move on, because again, they could be listening and on here virtually. And if you're not here to collect your award, we will make sure that we ship this off to you this week so you have it in your hands for display. And it looks like Christy's ready to help me with this, and Lynette. So going in order, our first qualifier for last year was Jim Bokshan. Second, Joanne Giardini. Third, and I know he's here, Tyrone Carr. So have you come up, Tyrone. Christy will bring over your award. John Jenisak, who we all met today. Orion Moorfield, I don't think he's here. Nathan McCone. Nate, come on up. Jeff Rack. Marilyn McBride. Bruce Pesco. I know Bruce isn't with us. He's in New Jersey. Kelly Siren. Dan Greer, Alan Goldsmith, Heidi Kinnear. Nope, I'll keep moving. Vanessa Todd, Adam Wallace, Andrea Hicks. I know she's out sick today. Kevin Danzer, Tammy Lopez, Huda Hanna, Terrence Kingsley, Lori Veneman. Shannon, I know you're going to... Okay. Okay, Wendy Frey, Bill Willink, Susan Barone, Pat Ostrowski, Hunter Clausen, Paula Ransom, Rebecca Arts, Kyle Mills. All right. Congratulations to all up here. Thank you for, I'll get in here. Can you get a picture? Oh. Paula Ransom. Paula Ransom? Yep, Suzanne. Did we miss anyone? Paula? Everybody got an award? All right, congratulations. Here we go. All right, thanks everyone. Nice job. For sure. You're welcome. Thank you. Nice job. You're welcome, Jeff. Congrats. Great job, everyone. So again, we love to put on events. We love to have fun. We love to reward our agent partners. So keep up the good work, everyone. All right, well, let's move into our next session. We have a panel discussion here. So we're going to move on into our ancillary products, cross-package selling. And let's invite up, we've got Christy, we've got Tyrone, we'll bring you back up, Andy, myself, I think that's it. Okay. Good, good. Pass that if you need it. Yeah, whichever doesn't have a microphone. I think I'll probably just stay down here then and talk from the floor. All right. So again, like previous panels, we've had the opportunity to have some experts up here, those who are involved with agents around the country doing this on a regular basis. Ones like Tyrone, who are out in the field, runs his own agency. He's meeting with clients and talking about these subjects every day and helping individuals to these solutions. So we're going to get both perspectives, and you're going to hear from him and the rest of our group how you can apply these things, how we can make it easy. Let me ask by a show of hands, how many here are actively, routinely package and cross-selling? Okay, so a few. Seems like each year we get more and more hands, so that's a good thing. So again, we're here to talk about what it is, how we can do it, and how we can simplify things and maybe overcome some concerns or objections that we might be creating in ourselves. So I'm going to kick this off first. I'll go back here. And for some of you, I was actually, some of these slides, if you were at the recent Grand Rapids NABIP conference, I actually gave this presentation. So some of these slides might look familiar. So today I'm going to go through a couple of them, but we're going to change it up by adding, obviously, some firsthand experience and suggestions on how to apply these. So package and cross-selling, obviously, there are two different things. So if you look at them, a package might come in a bundle. Maybe it's products that all fit together. Maybe they make sense. Maybe it's something you bring into the conversation and the sale all at the same time. And cross-selling is more so maybe products that could be added on. Maybe they have a fit with that particular audience, but in time. And maybe, like we've talked about, annuity sales or other sales that could potentially be added on in time. Discussions are started. That would be kind of along the lines of our cross-selling. So with that in mind, we're going to talk about why it's important. Not only for you as advisors and for your business, but also for your clients and what you're doing. And I did set up the slides in front of you guys, so if you need to refer to these. But now we'll kind of turn this into our panel discussion, and let's talk as a group about why it's important to offer these enhanced solutions. Anybody want to kick this off?
I'll just start out by repeating what we were talking about this morning about out-of-pocket. Can we just start there? Mm-hmm. So we were talking about that average American doesn't have $10,000 or $20,000, and the under 65. What's an average max out-of-pocket on a Medicare Advantage plan here in Michigan? $5,500. They don't have $5,500. They might have $50 a month, but they don't have $5,500. Seniors don't have that kind of cash. They can't afford, if something like that were to happen, they can't afford it. And that's typically how I like to start the conversation is, if you actually hit that maximum out of pocket, where would the $5,500 come from? Most of them don't have it, but they can come up with the $50 or $60 for a hospital indemnity plan to cover that max out of pocket. So just kind of get things rolling that way.
Yeah.
To add to what Andy has shared and John and a few others that spoke earlier, I think the first thing you have to remind yourself is that you were invited into that person's home, or they gave you the opportunity to come to your office and extend a level of trust to hear you speak and educate them. So I always focus on, the education part of the business versus trying to I'm just here to try to sell you a policy. And I think that goes over really well in establishing upon the trust that they initially gave you. And so when it comes to a Medicare Advantage policy, and we're writing more and more of those on a year-to-year basis, when you compare a Medicare Advantage policy to a Medigap, and I looked at rates this morning before heading here to Novi, the average MedSup is right around $150 a month in premium. And in 2024, you had an annualized rate increase between 5 to 8%. In some cases, some carriers had a 15% rate increase while they're living on a fixed income. So if you can present value with a Medicare Advantage along with ancillary products, I think it's not the term sell, and again, I always emphasize education. I think your closing rate is going to increase exponentially. So one of the things I package with every client or prospective client is, one, I give them the option of a Medigap policy. Always do that. Make sure that they clearly understand what that is first and foremost, and then I give them an alternative option, a Medicare Advantage, wrapping in a hospital indemnity policy. I make it equal to their max out of pocket. I wrap in an accident policy and make that equal to their max out of pocket. And then I wrap in the critical illness policy. So if you're trying to look at, and I think of like why. My why is providing for my family, my children, and so to get really into details, like making sure that their college is paid for. I have 3 daughters, their wedding funds are paid for. Vacations, all these different things. What is your why? Like, why are you doing this? So, and then making certain I'm being transparent with my client, because they're trusting you to be honest and forthcoming. And I think if you create that value, you're going to see your business grow exponentially. So when you look at a Medicare Advantage, what it pays $626 commission. If you want to see that double in just one sale, wrap in those policies. And now there's a lot of different carriers. I know there's different agents here that use different vendors from Manhattan, Medco. I like LifeSecure because they're in our back door. They're here locally in New Hudson. Their customer service is phenomenal. And I personally have them on myself and my family, and I've had to file 2 claims. The 2 claims I filed against them were myself in January, and then my daughter 3.5 years ago, my youngest daughter. And within 24 hours, I had the claim paid for, a check deposited into my account. So that immediately created value for me, in presenting this as an option. So if you're creating the value and you're educating them, you're no longer selling them something that they don't need. So give you an example. So an accident policy with a $6,300, I use Blue Cross Blue Shield as an example because they have on a PPO the higher max out of pocket. With a $6,300, well, their max out of pocket is $6,250. An accident rider of $6,300 is $31.76 a month. Critical illness. Now, the critical illness with LifeSecure, and again, there's a lot of great providers out there, just who I prefer to use, is a $5,000 increments. That's $31.20. Hospital indemnity with 10-day hospital stay, $420 per day, is $50.74. These premiums are fixed. They don't go up as you age. So if you take a 65-year-old, so when you combine, the total, you're talking a little over $100 a month, and you just eliminate all their out-of-pocket cost. Versus going to a Medigap policy that's going to have, they're going to have rate increases every single year, right? And then 5 years, they're paying $200 or $225. You're establishing yourself inside that home, because I know Jason and I, we had kind of exchanged emails over the weekend. Your retention rate on your clients, where you have more than just one policy, and you probably know this, Andy, increases exponentially. My retention rate with my clients are over 96%. And who do they call? I make myself accessible. I created value. And so where did I go from a $626 commission for a Medicare Advantage? I went up to $1,344 in commission with one client. And that doesn't include a husband and a wife. That's just one sale, and that's residual. So sometimes our biggest roadblock is ourselves, and we're afraid to just ask because we're afraid that someone's going to say no. Have confidence in yourself and your abilities, and that they've given you the opportunity to sit down with them, and they've established some level of trust with you. They just want to be educated. And I think that's the biggest thing.
Yep, great points. I know we've kind of bounced into a few of these other items, so maybe let's develop that a little bit more. And I think, some of the critical ones are developing that relationship. Obviously the education's important. We need to make them aware of these options. That's our job, And Tyrone hit on a couple things. There is the solution part of it, which your clients need, and it's important for them. But then there's the financial side of it. We are a business. You're there to grow your business and do a better job at growing that. And everyone kind of gets scared of that, and there's nothing to fear. I mean, that's just your role. So, I've talked to people that say, well, I hold back because I don't want to be pushy. Well, you're actually just doing a worse job. Like, that doesn't make sense. Why hold back? At least mention it. You don't want to be pushy. You don't have to force these products on them, but you at least should mention it. That's just doing your part, educating. But let's talk about maybe developing the client relationship, because I think that's where this really starts to evolve into something more
I think
important.
it goes back to what I was just sharing, is I think if you're explaining the difference between a Medigap policy versus a Medicare Advantage, and a piece of advice that I would give you that I've done is I've really taken the time to educate myself and working with doctors and understanding the billing side of what a Medicare Advantage, what they deal with. And my experience, and I've had sit-down conversations with Priority Health, HAP, internally, understanding. I have a podcast, and one of the things I did is I interviewed the chief medical officer for Priority Health, understanding what prior authorizations and what happens and why that leads to a decline. 99% of the time, it's the provider, the doctor's office, that does not document their paperwork properly. And so that gets denied. So now you have all this misinformation out there. Oh, well, if I go with the Medicare Advantage, I can't pick and choose my doctors. How many people have a group or an individual PPO plan under age 65 and go, well, I'm limited to going to doctors and I have a PPO? No, you have an in and out of network. Like, get out of your head. Like, think of a Medicare Advantage as a group or individual PPO plan where you can pick and choose your doctors. I even got to the point where, be your own advocate. It's like doctors are a dime a dozen. If your doctor doesn't want to participate, I'll go somewhere else. I'm not paying more money for an insurance policy that's going to give me less value. So I think if you're educating them, take your job seriously. I mean, I think we have a responsibility, to be educated ourselves so we can provide that education to our clients. And I think it's going to provide tremendous value. And for John, I also do annuities. I mean, it opens the door to do annuities. We do group insurance. So it really does open the door when you start creating value and you're the person that they know they can trust, not because you necessarily have the answer, but you're willing to go get the answer for them. I think really opens the door to other opportunities in the home.
Absolutely.
So just simply speaking, all of the health plans have financial exposures, and just knowing what those are and having that conversation with your client and just saying, letting them know what those exposures are. Are you comfortable with that? What would you do if you had a cancer diagnosis and you're probably going to get to your max out of pocket in your Medicare Advantage? Is that something you're comfortable with? Most are going to say, I would have to take it out of savings, or I actually don't have it. And just by explaining the summary of benefits, you're going to unpeel some of that as you're presenting that healthcare plan. If it's an under 65, typically they're more active. I would lean towards accident plans, especially for families. Part of the reason you retain these clients and get referrals is because these folks claim on it. And the minute they claim on it, they're going to call you back and they're going to say, I had a claim and I am so thankful Because I've had this happen in my own family. I've had a claim, and I'm so thankful that I had an accident plan because it gave me dollars to use as I want it to. They don't coordinate with the healthcare plan. These are meant to keep your life intact and just your lifestyle intact. So maybe it paid for a day off of work or two, or maybe even longer. Maybe it paid for meals because you couldn't cook, who knows, whatever that accident, was, if you're looking at that. If you're looking at a Medicare plan, you have to realize that the 3 exposures are hospital, cancer, or kidney. And so those are things that, your chemotherapy is covered under Part B. So you're going to pay 20%, same thing on your dialysis treatments. You're going to be on the hook for 20%. 20% of what? Who knows? I mean, there's a max out of pocket, and that's the stop. But, it could be getting to that max out of pocket right away. So you just definitely want to educate, but you do have to listen to your clients. And they may tell you, like, cancer runs in my family. And do you know that there are cancer plans? A lot of people don't even know these plans exist. They're like, an accident plan? Are you kidding me? What do you mean? What is that? Like for car accidents? It's like, well, that would be an accident, but yeah. So you have to tell them what that is. When I sold my parents a hospital indemnity plan, they had no idea that existed. And my dad was in the hospital 3 times that 1 year before he passed. And that money coming back to my mom was very helpful. So that's the kind of stuff people are really excited about. My mom had to tell all of her friends and aunts and uncles, oh, you should get a hospital plan, So you get that retention because people will claim on them. And if you, the agent, educate them, claim on them. This is for you to claim on. It's not a shelf product. Use it. And so I think that makes a big difference.
And if right now in the state of Michigan, 62% of the Medicare population have chosen a Medicare Advantage over a Medigap policy. So even if that Medicare Advantage client isn't yours, I mean, how many times have you spoken to somebody in their home or their office, or you're in your office, and they've already chosen a plan? You're like, well, what am I gonna offer you? Sell them a accident policy, hospital indemnity, and I can't speak to all the carriers, but like Life Secure, they're guaranteed issued up to age 70. So if you're slow right now, I would go back to all your Medicare Advantage clients are between ages 64 and a half and 70, write them a hospital indemnity policy or accident policy. You just give them some level of peace of mind, and again, those premiums are fixed. They don't have rate increases on a year-to-year basis.
And I'm just going to make 2 other notes, and then we'll move on. So to the points being talked about up here, one is building that true relationship with your client, doing a better job, providing them solutions they need, making them aware of solutions they don't know exist. Because remember, they're not in your shoes. They're not licensed to do this. They don't know all the products. So, that's why we have to bring these things up. But I know one of our agencies in Ohio, they've gained a lot of Medicare clients because they send out mailers, they get a bunch of responses, and all the responses are from people that have never heard from their agent again. Somebody sold them something, enrolled them in something. Maybe it was a walk-in center, maybe they were at a Walmart or a clinic. Never heard from the agent again. That agent never tried to develop that relationship, never tried to help with other solutions. And who gained that client? This other agency. And they do a great job at nurturing and working with their clients. And the other thing that Christy hit on is now you've generated a broader base for referrals. Remember, if you're only a Medicare producer, that's all you go in with, that's all you make known to them, they may only have so many Medicare friends, that they're going to refer to you, even if they even refer them to you, But all of a sudden you start talking about other products they were unfamiliar with, that they're excited about. They start telling their friends, their family, hey, here's my agent. You're no longer just their Medicare advisor, you're their agent. And now you can help those other individuals. So you've just essentially increased your odds of getting a referral, which all of us prefer referrals, right? So let's move on to the next area. And let's just talk about some of the products that are the most popular. If you guys just want to speak to bundling, what you see being used out there for both under and over 65.
Opportunity alert. You ready? Medicare carriers are seeing their loss ratios go up, and they're going to be cutting benefits. Can we agree? I mean, you heard carriers up here saying, yeah, we're going to cut benefits. If I were to guess, the number one benefit that's going to get cut is dental and vision. Dental and vision. You know, the funny thing about dental and vision is agents will actually tell me, I don't really think people want dental. I don't really think they want it. They don't want it. And yet, every survey you see, consumers view dental as amongst their most valuable benefits. It's somehow agents have it in their head that people don't want it, and yet they do. So, remember this morning we were talking about opportunity alert. Here's an opportunity alert. Tens of thousands of Medicare Advantage members in the state of Michigan are probably going to lose their dental or some portion of their dental, or will be cut. Could be eliminated, could be cut. These carriers are going to have to tighten things up. And that's, if I'm guessing, I could be wrong, but if I'm guessing, dental and vision is probably the one that's going to
I would agree. Yeah.
It's one of the highest utilized benefits.
Right.
They know
Costs them
when
a lot
they're
of money.
pricing for it, it's going to get used.
And they also know that they have to meet certain requirements under their health plan, whether it's doctors or hospitals or whatever. So that part they have to shore up. So yeah, if I had to guess, that's going to take it in the shorts. And so that's the opportunity I wanted everybody to think about. One other thing I wanted to mention, I'm sorry, Jason, to go back. You know, this is the kind of guy you want to listen to, right? This is the guy doing it every day. But one of the things he mentioned, Tyrone, that I was really impressed by is the consistency. Because to me, that's really the key to this whole thing. Yes, I'm so glad everybody's here, Jason, and the fact that you're bringing this up consistently, that's part of it. But for an agent, you just got to do it consistently, every time. It's that simple. If you're doing it consistently like Tyrone is, you'll make his kind of money, and you heard how he literally doubles his income. And that's all he does. He just asks for it consistently. And if you just even do that with dental, oh yeah, your dental plan's going to be less benefit because Medicare Advantage plans are cutting them. But that's okay. There's a lot of great plans out there. Pick whichever one is your favorite. So that's my opportunity alert for today. Dental and vision is going to be hot this fall. Don't miss out on that.
Yep, agreed.
And they're non-commissionable, right? If they're attached to a Medicare Advantage plan,
Yeah, it's not usually extra.
usually it's non-commissionable, right? There may be some exceptions. So not only are you helping your client and you're giving them a great product, but you're making money if you add standalone.
Well, and let's not forget too, even if a Medicare Advantage has one embedded, you can use those immediate benefits, stack a secondary product, let them satisfy their waiting period, and now you've got additional benefits. And let's face it, many of these seniors need to have those additional benefits because of extensive work.
And they'll they keep saying that over and over. I want more dental benefits. And
Right.
for some reason.
Yeah.
$1,000, $2,000 for the most cases isn't enough. If somebody's looking at dentures or implants or, you know, just needing crown, you know, repairs, that type of thing, you'll eat that up with one crown repair.
Right.
So, yeah.
And we've even talked about, you know, really the need, because it's been proven, you know, even when Plan F was going away, they did some studies and showed that when seniors don't have coverage for something, they tend not to use it because they don't want to come out of pocket, and they know. Well, it's really important for seniors to get regular attention and dental checkups.
Yeah.
Christy was actually, she's working on doing an interview with her dentist, talking about how important it is, especially for seniors, to be regular with their cleanings, checkups, how many diseases and other things can come from not paying attention to it or letting things go too far, or there's things they can spot that no other doctor is going to.
Yeah.
So you're really also helping your client become healthier, and the carriers know that, so you're doing a much better job, and it's something they really do need that can help in that way too.
And not to mention quality of life, right?
Yeah.
You don't take care of your teeth, man, it stinks being 75 years old and your teeth all gone.
Yeah.
Can't eat, right?
Yeah.
Quality of life goes down the drain.
And the other thing I put up here, you need to be convinced, and to Andy's point earlier, we somehow step in the way of our clients' needs or what they want. You know, somehow we're putting our personal views on things, like, well, I wouldn't buy that. Well, it doesn't matter. You know, your job is not to determine what they want or need, it's just to offer a solution. They're smart enough to say, I can't afford that, or I don't want that, or I don't need that. Now, it depends on how you present it and the value, but you could present multiple packages. Maybe one has some extensive additional benefits built in, and other packages are kind of bare bones. Let them choose, you know, but at least bring it up.
Or purchase one yourself, because that's the best way to show that you're excited about something. If you have passion about something, that does come across. And if you own something, an accident plan, a hospital indemnity plan, chances are you're going to claim on that. And if you do, you're going to be excited to share that story. That's a really important part of this whole process with ancillary is have stories. Be able to be relatable, and those stories do help. Like, oh, I never thought of that. You used it for that? You actually could claim on that type of an accident? My husband had a staple gun. I handed it to him backwards, whoops, and he stapled his thumb, or this part of his hand. I mean, I did do it on purpose, but he ended up in the emergency room. And that ended up needing an x-ray because they had to check that it didn't go into the bone. And, you know, $1,000 later, you're thinking, are you kidding me, $1,000? I mean, that's not going to break us, but we claimed on it and we got it. So. And
think about how many, you know, just even though that dollar amount, how many years of premium that would also
right.
You know, pay you back for. So, you know, when you look at it from that perspective. And I think too, you know, we saw a full list of products up there. The one I'm surprised by that I feel is most underutilized for all groups is cancer.
Yeah.
You know, think about how many of us have stories, you know, families, we've all been touched by it, but we don't talk about the coverage. Right. I mean, my wife and I, we've owned it for years. My mom, I mean, she has cancer that runs through her family. She owns like 3 or 4 policies. I mean, she just keeps taking them out, which is great, but it's a concern of hers. But every person she talks to goes, oh, I didn't even know there was cancer insurance. So we all know it. We all know the risk, but why don't we talk about it? You know, I would encourage you to start talking about these things and at least mentioning that they exist.
You know, just to reiterate that, I know we need to keep moving.
Yeah.
You know, one of the things that clients will sometimes not be aware of is that if they get cancer, that Centers of Excellence hospitals may or may not take their Advantage plan or their ACA plan. And that's why cancer insurance is so important, because if you want to access Cleveland Clinic or the Mayo Clinic, or down in my neck of the woods, it's MD Anderson in Houston. You hear people say, yeah, if I ever had cancer, you know, I want the best cancer treatment in the world. Yeah, well, you're not in network. So that's where cancer plans become such a critical part of somebody's plan to cover those potential out-of-pocket costs.
That's a great other point. And think about it, if you're doing a lump sum cancer product, you can take those dollars and use it for who knows how many costs that you're going to incur if you're going through that. We've had people even go out of country, stuff that wasn't approved that you couldn't get paid for normally, but they could get treatments elsewhere that they felt were more beneficial. They took their lump sum and it paid for those treatments. So remember how versatile those dollars can be when it really comes down to it. And I think all of us, if we were in that situation, we'd want to do what's the best, what's available to us, regardless of the cost. And now you've got a plan that can cover it. So just a side note, couple things here, we'll move on. What is holding you back? So some of the most common things we hear, and I'm sure, I know you guys agree with this too, is I don't know how, okay? And we'll talk about a couple of easy ways to do this. I don't want to come across like a product pusher. We've kind of talked about that. And I don't believe those other products are beneficial or have value. So we've kind of talked about this, but maybe let's just dwell on it for another moment. You know, I don't know how, or I don't feel they're beneficial. What could we say to that?
One thing I may even want to add to this is I hear agents sometimes say, I don't have time.
I hear that a lot.
Yeah.
And so, you know, I guess I would ask Jason and Christy, like, well, what do you mean, what does an agent mean when they say, I don't have time? Well, sometimes they'll say, well, you know, it's selling season, and I'm just running as fast as I can, and I don't have time to get into these other things. Does anybody else feel that way? They just don't have enough time? It's okay, you don't have to raise your hand, because I hear agents say it a lot. And I would kind of go back to what Tyrone was saying. I would rather have 100 of the clients that he's working with where he's taking the time to stack all those things together and providing a comprehensive solution than 1,000 clients where I'm just a seasonal enroller. Let's also face facts, guys. We have to also keep an eye, Jason and I were just talking about this over the last couple of weeks, technology and artificial intelligence. I'm telling you guys, keep an eye out. If all you're doing is seasonally transacting enrollments, there will be less and less of a role. If you're providing clients with solutions, you will always have a role in this market.
Great point.
Take the time to do it right, like Tyrone is doing it.
You know, I think too, to add to what Andy, just shared, I think it becomes more fun. Like when you dive deeper into it and you're providing more comprehensive solutions than just writing a policy and then you're getting out of the home. You know, because you feel like you're doing more, you're more involved in their life, and you're truly building a relationship versus, I mean, I could teach my kids to write a med sup. I mean, that's not hard to quote some numbers. So, but when you get involved and now you start opening the door to furthering conversations like John is doing, I'm sure there's others here that are writing annuities, and you start offering other products and other solutions. I mean, when you're educating people, that's a lot of fun. And that it makes it more enjoyable versus just a transactional business. And increasing your commission. You're providing a great, better financial livelihood for yourself and your family. And again, the question, if you guys leave here today, is what is your why? Like, why are you doing this? I went to school for teaching. I didn't be like, hey man, I want to go sell Medicare. You know, I didn't even know what that was in my early 20s. So now to think almost 20 years later, those are when you're doing more for the client and educating them, that becomes exciting. I mean, teacher, football coach, right, Rich? When you're really impacting somebody's life and it becomes exciting. Plus again, as we know, AI is coming, it's coming fast. I hate it, but if I want to be relevant, and relevant in that home, I need to be educated. I need to provide more solutions and opportunities for them and myself and my family, and so.
Perfect. And moving on, we're going to get into just a couple things to incorporate into your practice and hopefully make this easy. We've got a challenge for you at the end. So, a couple ideas here. Techniques to start. Just make it simple. The first thing is you just have to start asking. I'm going to pick on, is Marilyn still here?
No, she left.
She left? Okay.
Yeah.
So one of our agents, she was up here, does a lot of Medicare supplement business, and she will tell you she's at a stage in her career, she doesn't want to work that hard, she gets a ton of referrals, she just writes Medicare supplements. Well, she's never cross-sold, never added any products. Last year at our event, United Healthcare came up and said, hey, Marilyn, congratulations, you're our #1 dental vision writer in the country. And I looked at her, I'm like, what? You hate writing other products. I go, what changed? She goes, I just started asking. She goes, they made it simple, they made it a checkbox, so now every med sup I write, I ask if they want dental vision. She doesn't do any more than that. She just says, do you want dental vision? Here's how much it's going to cost. And they say yes. She checks the box, and she's their #1 writer in the country for dental vision. That's all she put in. So again, back to our points earlier, if you're meeting with your clients, if you're doing, maybe a client profile like we talked about, asking them questions, ask those questions and just ask. Here's what else I would recommend with this program. Would you like to look at it? Here's what I would recommend. Here's what it's going to cost. Just bring it up and ask them. So again, you can become the top writer in the country for a product line just by asking. It's that simple. Anything else you guys would like to add to that?
I think too, and I think Andy, maybe you've experienced this, and I certainly have. Some of the top salespeople that I've met are not the best speakers. They don't look the part. They just ask. And when I first came in the industry, there was a saying, and as much as I thought it was kind of stupid and arrogant, askers make all the money. It's just simple as just asking. Because if you don't ask, somebody else is going to ask, or they're going to go to some website or someone on in another country, call center's going to call and sell them the exact same thing that you could have sold them. So do you want to be the beneficiary of that, financial reward, or do you want somebody else? So just get out of your own head. You're there for a reason. They asked you to come into their home, their place of business. Maybe they came to your office, or just as simple as a Zoom or a teleconference.
Yep.
And while you have their attention, just ask. And I was at that point in stage, and it's like every single year, it's like, well, I'll just ask.
Yeah. Well, this time of year too, a lot of agents come to us. They're like, I don't have anybody to talk to. I don't have any leads. Tyrone mentioned it. Pull out your clients, start calling them. I should have mentioned it. One of our agents I think she's in Colorado. She was the #1 writer of cancer insurance, and she was bored that year. She had nobody to go see, so she called all our Medicare clients and said, "Who do you have your cancer with?" I said, "I didn't know there was cancer. I don't have it." "Oh, we need to meet then." She set appointments, sold cancer. She was the #1 writer of Washington Nationals here. She was their #1 writer of cancer for 2 years in a row because she just called her clients and said, "Who do you have your cancer with?" That simple. So a great example.
I just wanted to handle another objection that sometimes I hear from agents, and that is they say, well, my clients are lower income, and they don't have the money. They don't have the money for this ancillary stuff. They can't afford it. The interesting thing is about that is if you look at the data, lower income people stack ancillary at almost twice the rate as upper income people. Isn't that weird? Lower income people stack ancillary more than upper income people do. Why do you suppose that is? Any guesses? Because they can't afford not to have it, because they don't have that kind of money. Yes, go ahead back there. Same thing. Yeah, they can afford $40 a month. They can afford $75 a month. They can't afford $5,000, and they know it. So don't use that excuse like, well, my clients, they're all on a fixed income. They can't afford this.
Because if you use that excuse, you're once again deciding for your client whether it's right. You're deciding whether they can afford it or if they should have it or not, which is not our real job. Our job is to.
And that goes back to the consistency of what Tyrone is doing. Don't predispose and project on your clients what you think they can and can't or want or don't want. Just be that person that just asks, and you have this baked into your presentation when you're maybe going over the summary of benefits, the exposures, and there you go. Then the question comes up, well, what could I do? Oh, we've got some solutions. We could talk about that now. And it's just that simple. It doesn't really take a lot of time. Maybe it takes you 5 to 10 minutes longer. And maybe they're going to say no. But you've planted the seed, and they may come back. And they may say, you mentioned something a few months ago about this. I think I'd like to hear about that. So.
We're talking about value, and I'm sure there's people in here that are like, I don't like Medicare Advantage policies, and they push just Meds up. And I know Marilyn, we obviously both know her personally, and she's a great human being first and foremost. But she pushes just Medigap policy. That's all she writes. And sometimes, because as the agent advisor, it's important that we're educated as well. And I was not a proponent of Medicare Advantage policies a number of years ago. And then every single year, I self-educated myself some more, learn more about, does this make sense? That's our job, to make certain that we're educated so we can pass that information on to our clients. And the more and more I looked at the data, and I pulled this up just to verify current data. So in 2022, Medicare Advantage plans, people that had those policies paid out 2.7% of the time those individuals met their max out of pocket. Think of that. 2.7%. In 2023, it dropped down to 2.1% that met their max out of pocket. So people are so fearful of, oh my gosh, I'm going to go from a Medigap policy and I'm paying $200 a month, and I know I have this reassurance that everything's going to be covered. Reverse engineer it. Like, ask them, how many times have you gone to the doctors? What type of doctors do you go to? So like, what if you go to the emergency room, if you're hospitalized? put the pen to paper. I was doing a review with a husband and wife of mine this past AEP, and they were, 3/4 into their first year of their Medicare Advantage. And I was surprised when they chose the Medicare Advantage going into 2024, just because Bruce is, he's an engineer, he's just extremely analytical, and usually we have like 10, 15 conversations before he makes any type of decision. And they made a decision, so it was like the beginning of November. I said, well, how are things working out with the Advantage? He's like, oh, Tyrone, it's working out really well. I like it. He's like, I haven't paid anything. He's really healthy, remind you, so he hasn't used it. And he goes, now, Shirley, on the other hand, was diagnosed with cancer. She had 2 emergency room visits for ulcerative colitis. She was in urgent care. She ended up having surgery for her cancer as well as chemotherapy, and I don't know which one, in what particular order. And so I said, well, do you want to use her exercise or trial rate period, which would allow her to go back on original Medicare, go back into Medigap policy, and she's guaranteed issued? And he goes, no, I don't want to. And I was like shocked. Like, I would think like this is the perfect case where you want to exercise that trial rate period. He's like, no, we've only paid like $2,200 in total out-of-pocket cost. So there's this fear of cancer and stroke, heart attack. I'm just going to pay thousands and thousands of dollars on my max out of pocket. And here he is, and she was diagnosed early on in 2024. And so going into November, it paid right around $2,200, and they elected to keep it. So, and they didn't have the riders. Now, he made the decision not to move forward with the riders. Still to this day, he didn't want to pay for it, but again, that was his choice.
Yeah, and you brought it up.
I brought it up.
Before we move on, I'm going to kind of wrap up so we stay on time. Do you guys have anything else to add? Making this simple.
All right. Maybe really quickly, you asked about, the first one was, I don't know how. But I mean, guys, you have so many resources, not the least of which are, up here to learn all that you can about these products. I kind of like what Tyrone does. Pick one carrier that you really want to learn how all these products work. You know how many of them over, next door would love for you to come up to their booth and say, hey, can you share with me, teach me about all your ancillary products? Yeah. They'll fall all over themselves to do that. They'll spend time with you to do that. You shouldn't use the I don't know how as your reasoning. Spend the time. It's worth your while.
Yeah. And just to wrap up, these are some of the, easy ways to do it. Now, you can be as simple as just ask, or you can be a little more sophisticated. You can review your book of business, maybe create some marketing strategies, some outreach around it. You could pick different times of the year where you do reviews, sit down and discuss some of their needs and maybe some of that client profile information you collected. You can use technology, and we're going to talk a little bit more about that later when we wrap up. But technology can be your friend in these scenarios, and getting information out to your clients to let them know you offer it quickly without having to spend a lot of time on the phone. But again, be prepared, build those offers, and know what products you're using. Be comfortable with them, but make sure that you're putting them together in the order that makes sense for your client. Because again, it's not about us and our preferences. It's about what our clients are going to need, asking the right question. Just to some of your points earlier, like you ask questions to determine whether a Medicare supplement or Medicare Advantage is right, correct? You ask questions about their doctor and their prescriptions to determine that, right? Why aren't we just asking a couple additional questions so that we know what other plans to introduce? So very simple. So it shouldn't be, I don't know how. We've tried to make it as simple as possible and give you some great suggestions here.
If you're asking them about their list of doctors, ask about their dentist.
Yep.
Yeah, true.
Why aren't we asking about the dentist? Why do we decide that doesn't count?
Well, we've got some great products. Actually, I know some of the agents here have partnered with dentist office because dentists didn't realize they could actually bill those carriers and be paid. And the dentists found out, and they're like, this is amazing. So now they're shipping all their Medicare clients to that agent to write those Medicare Advantage plans. So look for those partnerships as well. So one last thing, and then we're going to move on to our next speaker, challenge. And I hope that all of you will try this and maybe reach out and tell us how it worked. But the challenge is introduce one additional product in the next 5 client meetings. Use a casual approach like, oh, by the way, or just ask them if that's something they'd want to include. So try that. Please let us know how it works. I guarantee you, just asking, you're going to have great success doing this. So with that, we're going to conclude this session. Thank you guys for being up here. All right, we're going to move right along here. We've got our final concluding speaker, Harley Gordon, with us. Harley is visiting us from Boston. I've known Harley for 20 plus years. We've traveled the country many, many years ago, introducing his original platform of CLTC. He's been around a long time. He's got a lot of great knowledge, so I was excited when he agreed to come out and visit with us and talk to you. So I'm going to introduce Harley Gordon, let him do a better job at introducing himself, but appreciate you being out here with us, Harley. You're welcome. Let me get you hooked up here.
Yeah. Everyone can hear? Yeah, there we go. Well, first, thank you for the invitation. Let me just briefly, because it tracks what we'll be taking a look at in the next 55 minutes. I was voted one of the 10 most influential people in long-term care by McKnight's Long-Term Care Advisor. The other 9 people are out of the business, so what would that make me? I'm sorry? You can make notes, just make it. I'm one of the rare people in this industry that the industry has accepted. My area of expertise is in so-called Medicaid planning. I'm one of the founding members of the National Academy of Elder Law Attorneys. So I had a chance over the years to see firsthand the devastating consequences of a long-term care event on a family and a portfolio. I've done MDRT top of the table, and I created the CLTC Certified Long-Term Care Program. So that gives you a framework of this discussion today, and it really is a wrap-up, if you will. I've listened to the other speakers about their ideas about increasing production. So I want to take a look at this agenda, how you adapt to changes in CMS federal Medicare Supplement Advantage industry, something called inherent trust I came up with, and I'd love to get your feedback on it. I think it's a very special relationship that an agent, I refer to a Medicare sup agent or broker as a professional, and we show you how to use that to transition to the subjects. IRMA, by the way, is income-related monthly adjusted amount. It's a surtax on Medicare Parts B and D, and the use of annuities. And then perhaps most important is how to develop a practice by taking the information that you now have, taking the trust that you've earned with your client, and transition to a discussion about these subjects. Take a picture. Yes? I just thought. And to turn that into an opportunity to develop a practice. And a practice, as you'll notice a bit later on, would be based on advice, not on products. So that's the agenda. So let's take a look at my definition of a professional as one who's selling advice, not one who sells products. One of the difficulties in trying to establish a relationship with centers of influence, lawyers, CPAs, financial advisors, those types of people, is that there's a mismatch. They believe that you're in the business of selling a particular product, a Medicare supplement or Medicare Advantage. We're going to show you how to change that perception by talking about subjects, not products, talking about offering advice, and then creating something which many of you are doing and may not realize it, but creating plans. These centers of influence are in the planning business. As a lawyer, all I had to offer for 30 years, 40 years in this business was a plan. You're offering products, but we're going to show you how to transition out of that perception and then use the advantage you have with your clients to get introductions to these centers of influence to develop a practice which is not relying upon buying leads. So that's what we have in the short period of time I have. Let's take a look at recent changes. I'm just going to run through this. I'm sure you're all familiar. You've discussed it. Steering, I assume I have to talk about that. That's prohibited under Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. Conflicts of interest, compensation dependent on reviews. I was talking to someone here about how you get, how CMS finds out whether or not you did a good job. And someone told me, I forgot who that was, and they said it's just random. They'll send out surveys. And their concept is working on quality, not quantity. That would have an impact on your business. A number of carriers have been rethinking whether or not to offer commissions on certain Medicare Advantage products. All of this has been discussed with IAD. But to me, as an entrepreneur, first, it presents opportunities, and that's what this presentation is about. So let's take a look at inherent trust. So I'd love to get your feedback on that. So my thought, I've worked with a fellow named John Bridges I've been on Medicare for, gosh, a long time. And he's taught me a lot about this business, but he came up with a concept of inherent trust where the client extends their trust in asking your opinion about a particular Medicare product or Medicare Advantage. And the key to this is one simple statement. What do you think I should do? And every professional lives for that statement. Am I right? What do you think I should do? They're asking your opinion, and you've created trust. You're not talking about a product. Someone mentioned you're talking about solutions. Same thing, same results. So by asking for your opinion, they're giving you the right to talk about other subjects that impact their lives. And I believe, in my field as in yours, you have a continuing obligation to take care of your client at all stages of life. I dealt with a huge mutual company that has insurance in its name, life insurance in its name, and I couldn't get through to them that just because you sold a whole life or UL, that's the end of it. That as your client ages and you age, you have a continuing responsibility to protect this family at all stages of life. Couldn't get through to them. Still a very difficult sale for that particular company. There are other companies that believe that's the case. And it's based on this, and I'll say it slowly, and I deeply believe this. You want to deal with someone who's made an absolute commitment to protect his or her family at all stages of life. At all stages of life. It's an absolute commitment. And we're going to be taking a look at something called a proactive conversation. The client doesn't bring it to your attention. You bring it to their attention. The question is it worth your time? Is it part of what you do? So let's take a look at the subjects that we would suggest you transition to. It creates the opportunity to talk proactively. This is a critical thought, forgive me. When you're dealing with centers of influence, lawyers, financial advisors, we've put together a course that talks about something that's never been discussed before, and that is to bring to the attention of the client, the financial advisor, subjects that, listen to it, that impact their business model. And one of those subjects is long-term care. Has anyone ever dealt with a financial advisor on long-term wet-your-pants insurance? That's what they think it is. Almost impossible? Yes, no? They got all the answers. They can self-fund? Yes, no? Hello? And they're willing to self-fund until what happens? They need the care. Then the first one they call is not their wife when they had a stroke. They call you looking for a policy. So when we take a look at a proactive conversation, I'm applying it to your... Am I yelling at you, by the way? I don't care, but I'm just... Is it yelling? You need to stay like... Who said that? Do you ever think of teaching self-esteem courses? You have to try and stay awake during my presentation.
That's all, and it's helpful.
All right, get out. Out.
Nice strong voice for us.
So look, by the way, I love this business. So look, let me put you this way. By the way, I just said the most important thing in sales. Nothing. Nothing. People listen to you when you don't talk. They stop listening to you when all you do is talk. That's true. So let's take a look for a second at a proactive conversation. Do you feel you have a fiduciary responsibility to bring something to a client's attention who has not mentioned it? I think so. And those subjects have an impact on the family. That proactive conversation means you bring it up without it being suggested. And we teach you how to engage in a conversation with a financial advisor or a lawyer by talking about how a particular subject, in this case long-term care, directly impacts their business model. Does anyone off the top of your head understand or have a thought about how it would directly impact their business model, a long-term care event? Just anyone? What business are they in, by the way? Managing assets, generating predictable streams of income. Think about this. A need for care over an extended period of years requires a reallocation of cash flow. The problem is that cash flow has already been committed to expenses, none of which your client thinks are discretionary. There is no such thing as a discretionary expense to someone who's found wealth. Anyone own a boat here? Hello? Anyone? Married? You got 5 seconds to choose. One has to go. The wife of the boat. 5, 4. Look at me. Look at what? Look at me when you lie to me. Look at me. Oh, all right.
Mine will be gone in the morning.
My father had a 38-foot sport fisherman. He had a severe stroke, and we said, you know, Dad, you can't captain the boat. Why don't we sell it? He said, first of all, I didn't ask your opinion. Second, I can sit on it. And that should drive home the point that people who have found success have expenses which they consider to be essential. One of the things we teach you, and I'm going to give you just a hint of it, how a need for care over an extended period of years requires a reallocation of cash flow. And by the way, when you talk to these people who think they're the smartest people in the room, use their language. And when they tell you that they can self-fund it, what they're really saying is, I don't like your pitch, get lost. But being proactive means to discuss how serious the consequences are to the business model. Reallocation of cash flow, using capital to pay for care. More on that in a little bit. So anyway, that's what I think about this. Let's take a look at your responsibility to talk about these subjects. First of all, starting with IRMA, income-related monthly adjusted amount. I share space with five financial advisors, so help me God, not one understands what IRMA is. Have you engaged, have you found that out in talking to, everyone's shaking their head, they have no, who's she? They don't understand, they leave it to the CPA. So let me explain for a second and how you can transition to a conversation about a subject that leads to a plan which leads to a funding source. Doesn't lead to the sale of a product, it leads to permission to create a plan to mitigate the consequences of an event they're not even aware of. So, it's a surtax on Parts B and Part D. It's based on modified adjusted gross income. And when they assess it, it's 2 years prior. So if you stopped working at age 65, you're now on, when can you take full social? 66, 67? 67, right. So you quit at 66. Yeah, you would be assessed going back a year, part of the 2-year look back for the assessment. And take a look at the minimum when it kicks in. As low as $106,000 for an individual, $212,000 for a couple. It can be crippling. I don't know if you have clients who have actually had their Social Security check reduced by the assessment. And if IRMA does apply to the client, you might inquire whether you can work with the CPA or the attorney. Now, 80%, 90% of your clients aren't under IRMA. It doesn't matter if you don't ask, if you don't knock, no one's going to answer the door. But it could be a very interesting opportunity. We'll take a look in a few minutes at what the plan would be, and then just as important, what products that you can offer that mitigate the damages of this event. Any questions on IRMA before I skate by? We only have 50 minutes, yeah. Yeah, you can appeal it. Did you bring the subject up during a conversation?
Yeah,
Do you ever hear of a QLAC? Who specializes in annuities here? Everyone? Yes? No? Anyone ever hear of a QLAC? Qualified Longevity Annuity Contract. Look at you, Mr. RMD. You're absolutely right, by the way. Just briefly, a QLAC is permissible. I'm sorry, you can transfer qualified funds under, I forget the code number. You can, 1040? I can't think of it. Anyway, you can transfer qualified funds into a qualified longevity annuity contract and postpone RMDs for 12 years. RMDs start at 73. You can hold to 85. So look at the opportunities that present. Yeah. That's exactly correct. This is what we teach. It's fascinating. And again, you know something? Look, my father taught me this once. If you don't knock on a door, no one's going to answer it. So you bring the question up. We'll get to the subject of scope of appointment in a few minutes, but it's an interesting concept. And any other questions on this? And by the way, another product which we'll take a look at the end would be a UL or whole life. And because the cash value can be borrowed against, and it's not MAGI. Interesting opportunities. This is the one I want to spend time on. There is perhaps no other subject in your professional life that has more consequences attached to it than the need for care of an extended period of years. Period. You can argue that an unexpected death during working years could be worse. It isn't. With an unexpected death during working years, it usually brings a family together. There's a common purpose. Perhaps the survivor is working or can still, but let me tell you this with a long-term care and extended care event. If it ever happens with a client's family, write this down word for word. There's a very good possibility the children will never talk to each other again. An extended care event rarely brings a family together. It fractures them. Providing care to someone who's chronically ill almost always makes a healthy caregiver chronically ill. Ironically, it has absolutely nothing to do with the person who needs the care. He or she will be taken care of. Period. They'll be taken care of. But who provides the care? What impact does it have on that person's family? On the relationship with siblings? With a spouse? Now, I don't know what you've been taught in how to sell long-term care insurance wrong, school, but when I got in this business, it was awful. It was dreadful. They actually taught you to bring an adult diaper to a meeting, a kitchen table sale, and take out the damn diaper and say, how would it make you feel if your kids had to change this? So we got awful. It is true. And you wonder why you could never develop relationships with centers of influence. Awful when I got involved with this business. Kitchen table sale. Never, ever again use a statistic to talk about it. Ever. Never again. Ever. You will never make a sale using a statistic, particularly with men. Never focus on nursing homes. Never focus on their costs. Never mention how expensive long-term care is and how it will bankrupt your family, and never talk about insurance product, how it pays for it. Anyone know why? If you do that, they want you out. You just lost all credibility. Particularly when you're talking to men who deeply believe the event won't happen. Let me teach something. You may not have heard of it before. For the women in this room, I don't think you'll be surprised. Men generally have the ability to separate the risk of an event happening from its consequences. If a guy deeply believes he's not going to die during working years, then in his mind, are there any consequences to anyone? What do I need a product for? Get lost. With the subject of long-term care, if you've ever tried to sell the product, that's the problem. You're trying to sell the product. You're talking to someone who deeply believes the event will not happen. If the event doesn't happen, tell me what the consequences are. In fact, I know you only told me about the statistics to sell a product. It's gone. It's finished. You've ruined your reputation. It never worked. It never sold a policy. The people who've bought this policy historically are two types only. One, they need it. And two, prior experience. What we teach you to focus on, and it gives you great strength and credibility, is the serious consequences to a family. What we suggest that you do is to bring a family back, bring him or her back to why they got in the business of having a family in the first place. And when you talk about men in particular, don't argue with me. They're the most difficult sale. What we show you how to do is to bring him back to the commitments that he wanted to undertake when he got married, and that these commitments are forever. They're absolute. And you talk about an event that undermines that commitment. And you explain to him how it undermines it. Write this down. It's one of the great quotes you'll ever have. You talk to a client, a guy in particular, and you say to the guy, I can't imagine you'd ever want your kids involved. What would a decent father say? You're right, I don't want them involved. Write down the answer. Tell me what choice they'll have. And there's the sale. They won't have a choice. Listen to me. They won't have a choice. And you think it's all four? You got 4 kids, you think each one's doing 25%? You're off your antipsychotic medication. One will step up, typically the woman. Will her brothers help? Yeah. How's Ma doing? How's your mother doing? It's not Ma. How's your mother? Get off your fat ass and come over and see how she's doing. And then there's a legal expression that happens from there on. Ready? It's called kaboomski. All blows up. Anyone had an experience with this, or am I just making this up as I go along? You're all raising your hands. Yeah. I'll never talk to my brother again. So what you focus on and what makes you a professional is you understand what motivates people. I've been divorced from my first wife for 30 years. I pay a long-term care policy every month. Anyone know why? Take a shot at it. Because I love my kids. Listen, for every woman in this room, take this as gospel. Whenever you talk to guys, use this expression, let's play that out. Always have to say that to guys. Never have to say it to women, because they play everything out. If there's nothing to play out, they'll find something to play out. Let's play this out. And once you play it out and you understand how an illness like this undermines his commitment to protect his family, he'll listen to you. Impact paying for care has on a portfolio. Look, we're trying to teach you things here. Never call a portfolio anymore. Call it a capital portfolio. A capital portfolio, because successful people understand what capital is. And when you tell them you have to go to the capital to pay for care, they think twice about it. And then we show you how to explain what the consequences are of going into capital that would receive a free step-up if it went through the estate, but now has to be liquidated, creating an unnecessary tax. By the way, and you liquidated it the last 8 months, which means you actualized an unactualized loss. And you understand that every capital dollar they spend on care is one less capital dollar to generate future income for a surviving spouse. My FA didn't tell me that. Because she doesn't understand. Oh, by the way, she'll understand it. He doesn't understand it. So that's a subject, not a product. And how you mitigate subjects that have a dramatic impact. By the way, my children are my oxygen. Yes, no? Anything that you bring to my attention that my children would have to put their lives aside, what do you mean? They say, what do you mean? Halfway to a sale. Tell me more. And how you mitigate the consequences, not the risk. By the way, life insurance isn't risk management, it's consequence management. Anyway, let's continue. I'm getting upset with you. You invited me, I'm getting upset with you. All right, what do they share in common? The plan. It's the business you're in. It's the business you're in. So with IRMA, the plan is to mitigate the consequences of the tax. Here's a thought. All plans have to be funded. You sell products that fund plans. With regard to extended care, by the way, when you talk about long-term care, use extended care, not long-term care. Because the minute you use LTC, long-term, they think you're talking about nursing homes and old people, you're trying to sell them something. If you use the expression extended care, they say, what do you mean? The door's open. You're halfway to a sale. That's exactly, what do you mean? Tell me more. Who's teaching this? You or me? Anyway, you're absolutely right. Let me show you something amazing. This is incredible. If you do this correctly, I'll just use long-term care as an example. If you explain this correctly to the client, listen to this. By the time you finish, can he still believe the event won't happen to him? Yes. Because you never focus on it happening to him, you focus on it happening to them. Now, he lets you put together a plan. Watch this. He lets you put together a plan. Does he still believe the risk of needing care is essentially zero? Yes. You were taught to show him that the risk is 100%, he's got to insure it. Lost. So the formula is, risk remains essentially zero, but he's now measured with your good work the consequences and concludes they're 100%. That's what sold the policy. Someone sell a life insurance policy to an individual who just had a best friend die or something like that? Yes, no? Was he buying the risk of it happening to him or the consequences? Consequences. The consequence. He saw what happens to the family. He wants to make sure it doesn't happen to his family. Just a whole different way of looking at it, and it's very effective because it reinforces your image that you should have of yourself as selling plans. Let's continue. We've got about 5-10 minutes here. Annuities. I've been listening to this all day. Who's handling the annuities here at IAD? Anyone? Well, who's been doing annuities for? You all been doing annuities. Tell me if I'm crazy. Someone said the best way to open a conversation, are you happy with the return you're getting on your investment? Is that a fair statement? Yes, no? That's how you do it. And of course, you don't assume that everyone has a financial advisor. A lot of people make their own investments. Now take a look at the kind of problems that you're solving. Predictable streams of income for retirees, tax advantages, a legacy tool. I don't have to tell you this. Let me show you as a summary, and then we're almost finished here. It all started with, any questions on the Medicare stuff I sold you? No. Do you have a minute? Yeah. Watch the language. I want to talk to you about about subjects that left unattended to and never happened have the potential of causing serious, if not irreversible, consequences to your family and portfolio. What do you mean? Look at the results. Now, who profits from this? The client does. Rhetorical, you don't have to answer it. Do you feel, if you hadn't thought it out before, do you feel at this point that it is a proactive responsibility to bring these subjects up? By the way, forget the additional revenue. That will come. But the revenue comes as a result of the advice, not the other way around. Okay, let's take a look at some products and we'll wrap up. And again, thank you, Jason, for the opportunity. First of all, Irma, has anyone ever sold a QLAC at all? I'm sorry, I should. Has anyone? Yes, no? A QLAC, a qualified longevity annuity. Have you? No? Very few carriers write them. Lincoln is one of the only ones I know. Because the people don't know what they're good for. You're absolutely right, sir. How did you know, how'd you know, have you used a QLAC in the past? Exactly correct, especially when it kicks you into $106,000 is a low level for a lot of your clients. Fair statement? So again, for those of you who didn't understand this, a qualified longevity annuity contract allows for a transfer of qualified funds, 401k, 403, IRAs, whatever, to be transferred to this investment, and it delays RMDs up to age 85, I'm pretty sure. So what that does, that draws down your income for purposes of assessments. Second instrument, whole life. Whole life, in its purest form, builds cash value, and you can borrow against it. I don't think there's any charges, are there, for borrowing on a UL? Anyone? Well, do they charge interest? Do they all? Yeah, that's the right thing. Anyway, so you have to assess what the loan rate is versus what the tax would be. Against, you're absolutely correct. You're right. But the point is that you build cash value, you can borrow against it, it takes you out, because the income you're borrowing is not taxable. Not taxable. So the two advantages are whole life or UL. Long-term care. Traditional policies are pretty much gone. Only a few carriers are writing traditional. NGL. Traditional, Mutual of Omaha, New York Life, Northwestern. By the way, with regard to the long-term care industry, the mutuals won. The industry has undergone a tremendous shakeout in the last 10 or 15 years. I've been involved with it. It's just been really difficult. So the purpose of a long-term care insurance policy is but one. It is not to pay for his care. Why would I say that? Think like a guy for a second. Does he think he's going to need care? What do I need the product for? That's right. He'll buy the consequence to the family. Listen to this. Write this down. Here, I'm telling you what to do. You invited me. So listen. Listen. If you do this correctly, the client says, so Harley, you've been telling me I'm not going to need care. It's exactly what we teach you. Now, is that what he wanted to hear? Yes. No cognitive dissonance, no argument. But you told me, Harley, if I ever needed care, you told me that my kids may never talk to each other again. What's your answer? Yes. That's the sale. You told me that paying for that care would completely displace this carefully thought out plan to generate Yes. And here's where the sale takes place. They look at you and they say, this is the most beautiful word in the English. Ready? They say to you, are you serious? And for the first time in your professional career, you can say, what? Yeah. Just listen to me. Yeah. Just like that. Let them think about the consequences of inaction. It works. With regard, so long-term care, you have traditional, you have asset-based. Anyone here from One America? Anyone? Well, of course. So-called linked benefits. So if you don't know that, there's a UL, we use UL, whole life chassis. The death benefit becomes what you can draw on for long-term care, and then you can put a multiplier called the EOB, continuation of benefits. It's the same thing. So you can multiply it. So if you have a $200,000 death benefit, you can put a 2 or 3 multiple on it. Some carriers like One America, you have a lifetime, I think. And what do you guys got? Yep, there you go. But you see how, forgive me guys, how unimportant the product is when you're talking to the client. That's the last thing you talk about. Once the plan's together, you ask, what do you think will fund the plan? Questions? Oh, by the way, the most confusing policies ever created are chronic illness. Has anyone ever dealt with a chronic illness rider? They're insane. You have to be so careful. There are some carriers that don't underwrite long-term care. So you, as a producer, thinks, boy, they can't get underwritten anywhere else. I just got free LTC. Anyone know what the problem with that concept is? They underwrite at the time of claim. Exactly right. They underwrite at the time of claim. So if you bought a policy at 65, traditional, and you have a life expectancy at 65, or say 85, 87, just hear me out, and you need care at 77, 78, you don't get the death benefit. It's a percentage of the death benefit because it's adjusted based on the claim, when the claim goes in. Have you seen those? Was that a fair assessment, how it just, yeah, you have to be so careful. By the way, it's an interesting product for the right type of person, and you have to be careful of them. So anyway, those are the solutions. Let me wrap up and thank you for your time. And I want to wrap up with this. My friend John Bridges, 93% of his business is referrals. And he was very sweet. He gave me the credit, for ideas that I've shared with him. He's a wonderful man. He's a wonderful man. So watch this. The business you should be in moving forward, if you're not doing it already, is advice. It's valuable. It is so valuable to your reputation. Warren Buffett once said it. It's a lifetime to develop a reputation and 5 minutes to ruin it. Am I right? Once it's gone, it's gone. You'll never get it back. It's ethereal, but it's everything. So what you're doing here is when you're talking to clients and not talking about products, but about subjects that impact the family, what we teach you is halfway through the interview, you ask, would you mind if I talk to your lawyer, CFP? Now listen, would that person ever return your call without the referral from the client? Never. Dead. Now they return the phone call and you include them. You know what you just did? You built a practice, because a practice is based strictly on advice. Your advice is incredibly valuable. CMS and the carriers are giving you opportunities. This is how you take advantage of them. And finally, scope of appointment. I don't think it's a major issue because in my book, and I've talked to some people about it, and Jason, you want to jump in on this. When you talk about subjects, that's within you're certainly allowed to do that when you're in an interview. What scope of appointment deals with is products, is talking about products. Exactly correct. And to be safe, the types of conversations we're having would be in a second appointment, and that takes you outside the scope of appointment. Just things to be careful of. Last slide. Thank you. I cannot tell you what a privilege it is. Where did we meet, at ILTCI or Medicarians? gosh, 97. Oh my gosh, that's right. That's right. Listen to this for a business model. Listen to this. A Medicaid planning attorney who's not licensed to sell insurance tells an entire industry you have no idea what the hell you're talking about. That was the business model.
Yeah, that was it.
And the people who hated me were the careerists. The ones who loved me were the independents, the Gemworths, who had a brokerage and they needed well, this is why I'm here, because I was able to bring ideas. So that's the beauty of working through a BGA and IMO. They really do care. They obviously, they earn an honest commission from what you produce, but look what they're giving you. And hopefully, a meeting like this makes sense. We're thinking of putting together a class for something called Certified Medicare Supplement Professional. It's an 8-hour class. We take a look at how to engage in a client in conversations. So we have sales scenarios. We talk about, there's a fellow named Bruce Larson who gives you a 45-minute explanation. It's never been done better about how IRMA works and how you deal with it, how you address the issue, and the products available. So we're excited about it, and you've been kind enough to allow us to put the program together. So if you're interested, you can take a picture of this, and Christy and I will be working with you. Any other questions? I think right on time? Pretty good. Any questions at all? Any particular thoughts or issues you've had with a client that I can give you a hand with? Yes, no? Yeah, well, thank you all very much. And Jason, thanks so much. Thanks, everyone. Oh, let me give you that back.
Good? Okay. We've just got a few more minutes here, and then we'll let you guys go. Again, we appreciate your attention. We know it's a long day, but hopefully you found some really good information to take home with you. So again, thank you, Harley. Thank you for coming out here with your significant other and joining us. So quick closing remarks. Just a couple things we want to share with you. Again, we just got back from our recent agent conference. This is where we take our top agents and some of our carrier partners, to thank them for their business and their partnership. We just got back from Curacao. We've just put together our next year's convention. So all of your production, everything you do with Insurance Advisors Direct, starting January 1 through the end of the year, qualifies. There's a point system for each of the product lines, and essentially we'll take all of our top producers. This next year we're going to Cabo. So if you haven't attended one of our conferences, they're a great time. You get to know a lot of your agent partners better. You get to see and meet with some of with our carriers. So it's just a great time, and we hope all of you guys can join us in the future. Next, just to wrap up, if you see this MAD table over here, feel free to grab some additional information. Those of you who are online, we can send you more information, but Lynette and her team, they've put together a number of packages for our agent partners. Again, we're investing in your business. We want to be that partner that's shoulder to shoulder with you. So a lot of times we see agents just struggle in certain areas. They don't have access to certain things, and one of them is marketing, whether it's creating a marketing strategy, building marketing pieces. We have agents that have been in business 20-some years and come to us and say, I've never had a logo before. We'll build their logo. Help them with their shirts and their swag and other things. That's part of business. That's part of branding, being recognized in the community, help with social media content. There's a lot that agents just don't do or don't do well or don't know how to access those services, and that's what we provide. So you can see a few packages that Lynette had put together just to show some of what we can do with a starter kit, a growth kit, or even a pro kit. And if you have additional needs in this area, please write that down. Please reach out to our team, and we'll make sure we can talk through what options are available to you. Last thing that we want to mention is we are putting, and we have been diligently working all year long on our technology platforms and what we're going to bring out this year. As we've talked about, many times today, technology, AI, is essentially the future that we all need to be embracing, but we need to do it the right way. So we have been scouring all of the different technology platforms that exist out there, AI. We've been having meetings continuously since the beginning of this year, and we are about ready to roll out our first, what we feel is the future of our technology platforms. So essentially what's coming out first, okay, it's going to come in a few waves, but what's going to be announced first is kind of the anchor or the engine behind this product, which is going to be a full quoting, comparison, and enrollment platform for Medicare Advantage and Medicare supplement plans. They will have all of the national, all of the local carriers. Now bolted onto that, has anyone ever used a platform called RetireFlow? Familiar with it? Okay, RetireFlow will be baked into this program. Additionally, we will have a CRM system that will be accessible to those of you who want to participate. We can get you the details once this rolls out, but the CRM system will be bolted on. So the great part about that, it has all of the CSG quoting capabilities. You can go in there, run your quotes, comparisons. You can send the RetireFlow documentation out, start that process. Then you can even do the enrollment right through that system. And when you do that, all of the data backflows into your CRM, preloads it. We're going to start adding some marketing materials to those CRM systems so that you'll have access to customizable marketing materials that you can start sending out. Additionally, we're going to start adding some AI components that will start looking for additional sales opportunities for you. That will automatically start doing marketing opportunities. So there's a whole lot of cool things we're working on. Additionally, we're going to add to that and enhance that as the months go on. We're going to add a system that will let you know what your enrollments are looking like, your disenrollments, track commissions, track production directly from the carriers. And these systems, most of them are generated through AI. So we're working on those components. We're also working on a whole lead intake platform so that no matter what lead source that you go out and utilize, it'll feed right into your lead platform, which will feed into your CRM, which then you can go about doing your comparisons, quoting, and enrollment. Client nurturing is what we're going to be building onto the back end. So essentially what we want to create for you to have access to is a full system that's automated using the latest technology, that's simple to use, along with some AI components, so that when you start that outreach, that marketing, lead gen, from that moment forward, everything is automated and built into a system for you to be tracking and to be making your job as an advisor much easier. So it's a really cool system. It's a lot that goes into it, but we'll be rolling out the first phase of that within the next couple of months. So keep an eye out because we'll be announcing that to everyone, letting you know how you can get involved in those programs. And then we'll continue to update you as those enhancements and as those bolt-ons are added. And please, too, once you're involved, love your feedback because that's how we want to continue to build and create this system just to make it better. So I believe we have come to the end. We made it. So thank you. Thank you for sticking with us. And again, we hope that all of you enjoyed this. We hope all of you have had the opportunities to take away some new ideas that you can incorporate into your practice. Hopefully you've met with some great carriers in the other room. All the exhibitors are sticking around, so if you want to stick around, talk to us, meet with some of the carriers, please do so. We've still got refreshments out there, so enjoy yourself and have a great rest of your day. Oh, thank you. And please turn in your registration forms. If you guys could leave that with someone on the way out, that would be great. Thank you.